This is the Troll Patrol. Live with Justin FREAKIN.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol. Live on a Saturday. We're getting ready to watch the Trump victory rally from Georgia. I'm looking over the screen right now. That's why it's so bright in here. It's because my TV is on. I usually have it turned off for the show, because my lights are incredibly dim, actually. This big-ass TV just illuminates me. Makes me look more pale than I actually am. Who am I kidding? I'm incredibly pale. We got a couple things to go over before we actually flip to the live screen. Nobody is speaking yet. This is a gigantic crowd, though. Oh my God. So, some news to go over. Yesterday, now this rally is supposed to be about the Senate races that are going to take place on January 5th in Georgia. However, my prediction, as I've been saying all this week on the live show, is that this isn't going to have anything to do with the Senate races. It's all going to be Trump just talking about how he was wronged and how the election is rigged. I would put money on it. I don't know if Senators Perdue and Loeffler will be there. It's possible. Pence spoke at a rally in Georgia yesterday. Now, also in the news yesterday, a 20-year-old aide to Georgia Senator Kelly Loeffler was killed in a crash. It looks like it might have been on his way to the Pence rally. He was also incredibly close to the governor, Brian Kemp. Here we go. Harrison Deal, a former intern for Purdue, was also a family friend of Georgia Republican Governor Brian Kemp. So I do not know if Kemp will be in attendance tonight, if Loeffler will be in attendance tonight, or if Perdue will be in attendance tonight. So that's going to be really interesting. It looks like Air Force One is actually landing right now. This is a live shot from Valdosta, Georgia. So that's Air Force One landing. Right. This was supposed to start at 7 o'clock Eastern, so of course Trump is fashionably late. That was one of his strategies all through the 2016 campaign, was to be incredibly late for his speeches. And CNN, MSNBC, they would just have shots. I think you can get that on a mug if you go to the FREAKIN shop. If I don't already have it on a mug, I'll put it on a mug for you. But I think it's already up there. Okay. I am switching over to Teespring actually, but it should be easy enough to put it on a mug on the spread shirt. Got kicked off Teespring. You're gonna have to tell me that story. There's an awful lot of unwanteds on the Teespring, so I don't know how you got kicked off. I thought that's what you guys were using over at Echoplex. But another thing I want to touch on before we actually get to the rally was making news today is that Trump reportedly pressed for Governor Kemp to hold a special legislative session to try to overturn the election results. Yes, I want the Nazis Hate Disco shirt so bad. I'm going to get one just as soon as have a little extra scratch to spare. I spent a lot of money upgrading this studio. That's why you got kicked off? That's the most awesome shirt. Alright, so looks like a gigantic truck is driving into the crowd here, so I don't know what this is. I'm on NTD Live. I was on Right Side Broadcasting. I looked on the shop the other day and it was on there about a month ago. What? So this is just Air Force One taxiing? But you know, this is all theatrics. I'm not set up to watch the big TV with a guest. I'm set up to watch a little monitor with the guest, or otherwise I'd be like, yes, winch, jump on. When we have events like this, I watch it on the big screen. Yeah, I'm on Discord. You want to hop on Discord? Oh, but I've got the Discord set to where I have to be on a special screen. Like, I don't know if it'd work. I don't know if the audio would come through. Hop in, see if it does. Love to have you commenting on this with me. I'm sorry. Hop in, see if you can talk. But I think I have to be on this. I think I actually have to be on this screen in order to be able to hear people. But no, the dude was talking the other day. Hop on. And we were on the side monitor. Get in here, winch. Now this is going to be like if you've seen the episode of Rick and Morty, where Rick has to go inside his battery, and they pretend to be aliens for the civilization that they've been growing. This is kind of what that's like, where he's like, you gotta wait for the ramp, Morty. They love the slow ramp. Really gets their dicks hard. That's what Trump is doing right now. It's the slow taxiing of Air Force One. We get the slow ramp coming down. Really gets those MAGA's dicks hard. It's hard telling how long it's going to be before he actually comes up to speak. I don't know if there's going to be any other speakers. And I highly doubt that while he's here to talk about the Senate races in January. Hello! Welcome to the stream. While he's here to talk about the Senate races in January, I highly doubt that it's going to be anything about the Senate races. It's just going to be him talking about himself. Apparently he keeps losing the election over and over and over again. He's lost about 40 court cases so far. He's a loser. But he's still able to draw a crowd like this and raise almost $200 million because right-wingers are morons. This is all a grift. Sidney Powell is a grift. Lynn Wood is a grift. Sidney Powell just wants to sell books. I feel sorry for these poor rubes that barbecue flavor confusion, indeed. I feel sorry for these poor rubes who are there to watch this victory speech. Victory speech is what he's calling it. Here we go with the slow ramp. Really gets their dick hard, Morty. The camera work on NTD has been horrendous. What little bit I was watching. Notice is that an InfoWars shirt right there? I think. It is. I love the woman had the defend democracy sign up. As if that's what they're actually doing right now and not trying to subvert democracy. Actually doing right now and not trying to subvert. Winch, are you with me?
Excuse me, sir. You just like to call me a wench.
I did. Well, would you rather me call you Ashley?
No, whatever. I don't care.
The Media Winch from Echoplex Media is with me.
Hey.
I'm glad you're here to comment.
Well, so far, all we've seen is the plane full of supporters he's going to leave there out there in the cold pull up. No, that's his fucking plane.
Hold on, let me turn up the volume and let's see if you can hear it through Discord. Because if I got everything correct, you're going to be able to hear everything back down through Discord, and we're going to be able, like we have you on Zoom like we were last week, and we'll be able to take calls now if I've got everything correct.
So urging people to pay more attention to the.
Can you hear the rally?
For the election
yeah, I can hear it.
Before they cast their ballots for this Senate runoff.
That's awesome because that means we can now take calls and Discord comments.
Oh, we can dunk on people on the phone? Sweet.
Yes, I did it correct.
I hope that incel calls in. That's been fucking calling for the last couple of days.
I don't know if that's Poop Boy back again or if that's a new troll I have.
I mean, why not both?
There are midgets in my room running around and biting on my legs. Femboy Hooters on Twitch says. I don't know what the... Do you have cats? Or is that a bed bug issue? I don't know where my cats are.
My cats are laying around the living room somewhere. I really do want a right wingers or morons mug though, because I want to be able to use it on stream.
Absolutely, I will make that happen for you. I'll get on that tonight. I've actually sold a couple of the right wingers or morons shirts. It's my best seller on the store.
Yeah, I mean it's a great shirt.
I spent quite a bit of money on this flag that's behind me. That's
a nice flag.
When I started doing the stream, I had one of my friends say, well, what kind of background are you going to use? I'm like, I bought a $100 flag to go behind me. What the fuck?
But it's right behind your head, though. You can't really see it. See, if you moved it to the right or left of you, then you'd be able to see.
It wouldn't be in the center of the room, though. This is tough.
Listen, your streaming background is not for your aesthetics. For presentation aesthetics.
I want it to be both, though. I want it to be for the stream and also for guests here in my house.
Oh, that's true. You need a little right wingers and morons sticker, and you can put it on that blue part of your microphone.
That's a good idea because people keep asking me, is that a Gadsden flag behind you? It kind of throws people off. But that's also cool, though, because I get some right wingers come in. They think they're with me.
And you're like, no, you're not.
Well, you just have to listen to me for a little bit.
Dude, the best thing that ever happens on our streams is somebody comes in and they go, what the fuck is going on in here?
And then they stick around.
And we're like, you are in the right place. You don't even know it yet, but you're in the right place.
I loved you guys did the Geraldo show a couple nights ago.
So cool. That was so cool. Okay, first of all, that was like a little mini Fremont reunion because Dave and Star and I have all known each other for like 20 years. And what's even better, next time I'll have to bust it out because Star and I double dated and went to prom together with... Because we went to high school together.
And you didn't show your prom pics? Oh my god.
Huh?
And you didn't show your prom pics on the stream? Come on.
No, I'm going to save it for this next time because I didn't want to like go full in and embarrass her like right off the bat. That's like her first talk show type podcast that she's ever been on was that Thursday. So But she did great. After she warmed up about a half an hour into it, she was like it was nothing, which that's what we knew it would happen.
She cracked me up. She's like, Gay Dave and 2 witches here.
Mm-hmm. Where are my witches?
But like that stream was fantastic. Going back and watching Geraldo from what was it, 1990?
1990, yeah, that was a vintage 1990 Geraldo. I don't know if it was before or after he got hit in the face with a chair.
Well, his mustache is way better today than it was back then, but it was still pretty kicking back then.
Yeah, no, it was good. He's always had a good porn stash. Not quite as good as Tom Selleck, but definitely up there, like a mustachio of the 90s.
Oh, here comes Trump, and it looks like Melania's with him.
I wish I had a kazoo so I could play Hail to the Chief on it.
Did you see the video where the governor of Arizona, Hail to the Chief, played on his phone? He changed it to Hail to the Chief. You did?
I love it.
He changed his phone ringtone to Hail to the Chief so that he would never miss a call from Trump. And then it played as he was certifying the election results, and he put him on silent.
Put the president on Iggy.
You can check that out if you stick around for the best of. Right after we get finished with this rally, I don't know how much of this rally we'll actually get through. Trump probably won't speak for another 45 minutes.
If it's fucking... Can they just like... They just need to start it out like this.
Little jackass. Well, I mean, how many people in this crowd do you think are going to die before the end of the year because they attended this rally?
More than several. Dude, okay, wait a minute. I have an update. You remember I told you that my dumbass cousin went to fucking Mexico like a month ago?
Yes.
And came back and all her friends that went with her had fucking COVID?
I'm not surprised.
Oh, no, I did tell you. One of
Yes,
them
you told me
died.
on the stream, yes. Yeah,
I told you in our Facebook Messenger. Yeah, one of them fucking died. I'm still pissed about that shit. It's been like 4 days.
Oh yeah, we're gonna turn up the rally as soon as there's something to listen to. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We got you covered. We want to hear what Trump has to say. No, I'm very interested in this because of the implications for the Senate runoff on January the 5th. I don't think Trump is actually going to focus on that race. What do you think?
No, I don't think so either. And I think that you and I have the same hypothesis, is that he's going to do the same thing all these other idiots have done and been like, and disenfranchise the process to the point where his cult members are not going to vote because they think it's already fucking tainted. So they're not, which is a great strategy. Go exactly with this strategy. This is a strategy we want.
Melania is smiling. Do you think that's the real Melania?
Yeah, that's her. Yeah, that's the real Melania.
I don't want to turn it up yet because they've got a copyrighted song.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that it'll get me yanked from Twitch and YouTube. I would love to be able to play the pomp and circumstance as they're walking up.
Here we go.
Winch has got you covered. Now, how does NTD? Now, they've been showing ads and shit on their YouTube. How do they not get yanked down?
I don't know.
It's only us small creators that get the DCMAs.
Yeah.
Digital Copyright Millennium Act. Her bodyguard must be around if she's smiling.
That is because all our music is self-submitted by the artist. That's why we only play the local stuff.
Yeah, that's cool. I love that you guys have the radio going.
Our library you can listen to for like 4 or 5 days straight and not have a repeat.
Looks like we're getting close to the president speaking. That sounded, that just from that little bit, that kind of sounded like Lee Greenwood.
Oh, is she gonna talk?
Maybe. Uh-oh.
Oh, this will be good. I can get my Melania accent down better.
They're really milking it. And this may be one of their last times they get the chance to milk this.
Right.
So I'm sure Trump is going to eat it up. Is this the real Melania, though?
Yeah, that's the real Melania.
She looks too happy, or maybe she's happy because it's almost over.
Yeah, I would be too.
That slow walk really did get their dicks hard. Look at them.
And all these fucking maskless idiots in the back.
President Trump continues to fight for you every single day. Do not let your voices be silenced. We must keep our seats in the Senate. It is more important than ever that your exercise...
I don't think that he is going to say not to vote, but he is definitely going to go off on how the voting is rigged.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Under my husband's leadership, our borders are safer. Global
Safaria, I see one mask back there. There's somebody that's holding up a phone in front of them. They have a red Trump mask on. Oh, there's one that's got around in his chin.
There is. I've never watched Naruto, so I don't know the reference. I'm sorry, Ty. All the Secret Service people and the workers had masks on. Yeah. All the camera people, because I was watching this, before we actually came on the stream. But yeah, the average Joe there does not have a mask on.
No, fuck no.
Sword and unemployment has shrunk.
What's she talking about?
In the United States last January, my husband put the American people first. Now, under this administration, and because of our amazing medical capabilities and resources, we are closer than ever to vaccinate that will save millions of lives. Let your voices be heard, Georgia. Get out and vote for Senator Loeffler and Senator Perdue. Thank you and God bless you and your families. It is now my pleasure to welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
He's got enthusiasm behind him, that's for sure.
Yeah, because he's out in front of his cult members.
He absolutely will try to advance his agenda at the expense of Republicans, and that's what we're here for. That's what we're rooting on.
A very popular First Lady, I have to say. Thank you very much, and thank you, Melania. And I want to say hello, Georgia. We did a great job. We won Georgia, just so you understand.
No, he did not.
We won Florida, and we won a lot of places. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You are a cult. You are a cult.
You are a cult.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. No, we won a lot of places. We won Florida. We won Ohio. Big. We won them big. Remember, we were going to lose Florida, they said. We were 5 down in Florida. We won by a lot. We were way down in Ohio, and we won by...
Right into the I won shit.
We were going to lose Florida, they said.
Nothing about the Senate races. Melania did more to promote the Senate races than he is going to.
That was her whole point of her coming out, was she's going to talk about the Senate race, and then I get to talk about myself for the next 45 minutes.
Florida, and if you win...
Oh, I'm sorry, Eliza. You thought we were Trump supporters? No, we live in reality. Please stick with us so you can actually get a dose of the truth.
We've never lost an election. We're winning this election. And I will say we're fighting very hard for this state. When you look at all of the corruption and all of the problems having to do with this election, all I can do is campaign, and then I wait for the numbers. But when the numbers come out of ceilings and come out of leather bags, you start to say, what's going on? But I want to just tell you that I am. I love this state.
I hadn't heard the leather bags one.
To be back
Yep.
in
New one.
magnificent Georgia with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. Let me begin by wishing you all a very Merry Christmas. Remember the
Uh-oh, I lost several people. They must have all thought we were Trump supporters.
started 5 years ago, and I said you're going to be
Sorry, guys.
And we say it proudly again, although they'll be trying to take that word again out of the vocabulary. We're not going to let them do that. I also want to express our profound condolences to the family of Harrison Deal, a young and brilliant campaign staffer for Senator Loeffler, who tragically died in a terrible car accident yesterday. You know about it. He was an incredible, magnificent young man, and I just want to say
He was 20 years old. That's a lot of superfluous adjectives he's throwing around there.
He's looking
Yeah,
down right
serious.
now, and he's very proud of Kelly and David. He's very proud of all of us, so I just want to express my best wishes, okay, to the family and everybody. Thank you, Kelly. And let me also express our warmest best wishes and love to all of those people and families suffering from the COVID pandemic. Vaccines are on their way at a level that nobody ever thought possible. It would have taken another administration 5 years. It took us 7 months, and they're starting next week, and we're going to start vaccinating, and a lot of people already are vaccinated. It's called you caught it, and you're immune.
Not how that works at all.
You know, they say that
no.
before I had it, they said if you catch it, you're immune for life. Once I got it, they said if you catch it, you're immune for 4 months, right? You know?
I still think this eventually ends up with Trump dying of COVID.
Trump dies of COVID. Brilliant, actually, to think of it, what we've done in such a short period of time. Nobody thought. They call it, even some of the enemies call it a medical miracle, what we've done. And we also have great therapeutics, and they're already here. And I can testify to that fact. I'll tell you what, some incredible work has been done over the last
I believe you're right about that. Russia developed their own vaccine. China developed 3 or 4 different vaccines, if I'm not mistaken.
We're gathered here tonight to ensure,
Dearly beloved,
ensure, because these are two great, great people that I know so well and respected by everybody
you
in
don't.
Washington and beyond, that David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler.
they're both accused of insider trading, so I'm sure they're right up Trump's alley,
I
right?
really believe that. I think
Right.
it's an American. There's never been a time like this where you have two at one time. At least you have two beauties. And you know what? You also have two beauties running against them, but beauty in a different way. They're two beauties. But there's never been a case where a state has had this prominence on Senate races, because they're never together. And this is something that's very important, and you have to get out, and you have to vote. You have to make sure you have every vote counted. Every vote has to count. You got to make sure they don't throw away any ballots. You got to make sure that when they collect the ballots and they start bragging about how many ballots they already have, you got to make sure your Secretary of State knows what the hell he's doing. And you got to make sure you...
Yeah, he's not as pumped up as he used to be, but I mean, he's a loser.
Because at
Right.
stake in
He's
this
trying to.
election
He's
is
got to talk about
control of
somebody
the
else
US
for a
Senate,
change.
And that really means control of this country. The voters of Georgia will determine which party runs every committee, writes every piece of legislation, controls every single taxpayer dollar. Very simply, you will decide whether your children will grow up in a socialist country or whether they will grow up in a free country. And I will tell you this, socialist is just the beginning for these people. These people want to go further than socialism. They want to go into a communistic form of government, and I have no doubt about it. Somehow that doesn't suit Georgia too well. That doesn't work too well, I think, Kelly in Georgia, does it, huh? David and Kelly are running against radical John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock.
I wish Ossoff was radical. Jesus.
Ossoff and Warnock are the two most extreme.
By radical, Trump
liberal
means
Senate
Jewish.
candidates in the history of our country. And you got them both at one
Yeah,
time.
probably.
How did that happen? I think you both got lucky, but we'll see, right? We'll see. You must go vote and vote early, starting December 14th. You have to do it.
Yeah, defend democracy. Exactly.
Presidential
as they're trying to subvert it, overturn democracy.
We'll still win it. And they're going to try and rig this election, too.
You are a cult. You are a cult.
No, we continue to fight. We've had some great moments. We just need somebody with courage to do what they have.
Had some hilarious moments.
We need somebody with courage, somebody that makes decisions. And we'll be going up to the Supreme Court very shortly, and we really...
This fascist coup has provided us with Rudy Giuliani in front of the Four Seasons Landscaping, inviting a child molester to speak on voter fraud.
Wisdom, I think
The hair dye running down his face.
Him melting in front of all of us all.
Think of it.
And then the fucking hilarious hearing this past week with the Valley Girl.
I got more votes than any sitting president in history. 11 million more votes.
Except for Joe.
That we got in 2016.
Well, he said sitting president, so he's actually correct on that. Trump said something that's correct.
67 million, that would be the end. All of our great, brilliant geniuses said you'd win if you get 67 or 68. It's over. We got 74 million plus, and they're trying to convince us that we lost. We didn't lose.
81 million voted for Biden. That's how hated you are.
It'd be nice about it. And they got rid of some, too. The 74, let me tell you, the 74 could have been even higher. As the great pollster, John McLaughlin, who's really
We've lost people as this stream has went on. The more I let Trump speak, the more people we lose from this stream.
Other than the obvious cheating or a rigged election.
I'm sorry.
You know,
Stick around for the best of Troll Patrol coming up right after this.
A few of the facts, which I think, because I want to get onto the presidential. I want to stay on presidential, but I got to get to these two. Listen to this. These are the facts, and each fact is like irrefutable, and it means win. President Trump received, done by one of the most brilliant political people. President Trump received more votes than any previous incumbent president in history. And we lost.
Well, yes, you did.
Votes than anybody in history, any incumbent in history. We lost, supposedly. We didn't lose.
Never broke a 50% favorability rating. That has never happened.
75% of the total primary vote lost re-election in the history of our country. President Trump received 94%, not 74, 94, which is one of the highest in history. In fact, President Trump is the only one of 5 incumbents since 1912.
He's even speaking in the third person. He's doing the rock thing.
The primary vote. And again, anybody received over 75%, they won. We got 94%. President Trump set a record for the most primary votes ever received by an incumbent, ever. And nobody that's received all of the primary votes, nobody's received at a much lesser level than what they always won. But we didn't, according to what they say. It's rigged. It's a fixed deal. Nationally, initial numbers show that 26% of President Trump's voting share came from non-white voters, the highest percentage for a GOP presidential candidate since 1960. That's a long time ago. President Trump.
Well, he talked about the other candidates for a second.
Trump won 18 of 19 bellwether counties. You know what a bellwether?
It was more than I was actually expecting.
So I won 18 of 19.
True.
A record. Never happened. That between 1980 and 2016 voted for the eventual president in every single election. And before that, it was almost every election. And we won a record. 18 of 19. Never lost. Nobody's ever lost with anything like that. Biden did not demonstrate coattails for the down ballot races. Had no coattails.
Now that is true. And that once again speaks to how hated Trump is.
He made a Thanksgiving Day speech on the
And the inability of Democrats to be able to tie the Republican Party to Trump.
How do you have 80 million votes and you have less than 1,000 people? With Republicans maintaining control. So here's what happened. So Biden didn't demonstrate coattails, down ballot races. But with Republicans,
This woman right here,
first time to see
my cursor is really small on the stream, but like she has not flinched, not once.
Kevin McCarthy, great job. Mitch,
In the
great
bottom
job.
left-hand corner.
Winning all 27 toss-up races in the House. Think of it. We didn't lose
With the
a
long
seat in
black
House.
hair?
Think of this.
Yes.
First time that anybody, I think, in history.
You're exactly right. They want to hear about Stop the Steal.
And you replace. We lost nobody sitting in Congress. I worked hard in the House with Kevin McCarthy. Not losing a single legislative chamber and making big gains at the state level and holding on to the Senate. I mean, look at what's happened. We better hold on to the Senate, you two.
He lost the House in 2018. What's he talking? It by a historic number.
But they say we lost. The only way is they stuffed the ballot box.
What's up, Ninja?
President Trump won.
We're watching a dumb fuck talk. What are you doing?
As we said, both in
What's going
Florida
on, Ninja?
and in Ohio. And by the way, won by a lot. Remember the fake polls where they said he's down by 4 in Florida and won by a lot. He's down by 2 in Ohio and we won. I think we got 8 or 9 or something up. No, but nobody's ever done that. Those 2 very powerful, big, important states. And the beauty is that we also won Georgia, and that was good.
No, you didn't win Georgia.
Did not win Georgia.
We're not going to win in Iowa, they said. We're not going to win. I think the farmers like Trump a lot, right? Well, we won in Iowa by a lot.
They do not,
Iowa
actually.
by close to record numbers.
Yeah.
I think I have the record. And we won all over the place. And many of these swing states, it's a very interesting statistic. President Obama beat Biden all over the country, except in some of the swing states where Biden beat him badly. How does that work? And they say it's statistically
More people
impossible.
voted.
He beat crooked Hillary.
Record turnout.
Think of this. He beat crooked Hillary in the swing states, but she
Hillary
beat
didn't inspire anybody. I didn't vote for Hillary. I voted for Biden.
And we can't let it happen to 2 of the greatest, most respected people in Washington. We can't let it happen again. Can't let it happen. Can't let it happen. Your governor could stop it very easily if he knew what
Wow.
he could stop it very
If he would just
Hundreds of thousands of illegal votes were
100% break
cast
the
in each
law,
state.
throw everything
Far
away,
from-
and give the votes
you
to
look at
me.
this, hundreds of thousands more than we needed were cast in every state we're talking about, not only here, but Michigan, Pennsylvania. How about Pennsylvania?
You're right. I just don't believe it's possible. Look at my rallies. Joe Biden was in the basement. That's been their argument.
And they did it
I
here
know.
too, by the way. But we caught him cold and have numerous cases pending, and so far we haven't been able to find the people with the courage to do the right thing, and that is true.
Has lost.
The ones that
We're
he
gonna hit those
put
people,
in
and
there
they're
to
gonna
do
go
the
down in history
things he
as great
wanted
people. They're
are
gonna go
like,
down because everyone
nope.
knows what took
Nope.
place. But we're going to talk
All the
about
way up to Bill
presidential
Barr.
election a little bit later because we have a big senatorial race going on in Georgia, and we are watching Democrats very, very closely. And remember this, we had this massive race all over the country, so they could cheat in Georgia, and people aren't really watching.
There is no evidence of fraud. That's Bill Barr has said it. The Trump lawyers have said it in court.
That's all. I
So,
don't run the election.
If they've got evidence of fraud, they've yet to show anybody
Putting
anything.
them under a table with a black robe around.
Is he? If they could
don't
just
do
get
that.
them to change
That's
the
up to your
meaning
government
of
here.
the word fraud
For whatever
to be
reason,
like
your
from like
secretaries
fraudulent votes to like votes not cast for me.
No, that's
Then yeah,
hearsay.
totally. Fraud.
That's not evidence just because somebody makes a claim.
And we can't let them do
That's an allegation. That's not evidence.
one way or the other. But we have to be
No, it's not. And I can show you where the judge said that's hearsay of hearsay, and that's totally not admissible.
first time in a long time.
So you're in the wrong place, buddy.
Vacation for about 2 days, and then we go back. And instead, I probably worked harder in the last 3 weeks than I've ever worked in my life doing this. And I've become friendly with legislators that I didn't know 4 weeks ago, and actually they're great people. In fact, in my pocket, right?
Here you go.
We have a couple
Inadmissible as hearsay.
Where's Burt Jones? Where's Burt Jones?
Has been told is inadmissible as hearsay within hearsay.
You were young, but not that young.
That was one of the 40 cases that Trump has lost.
You're friendly with the
Sorry,
man,
pal.
you're right, huh? He's a man of courage. Thank you very much, Bert. I appreciate everything you're doing, and so does this big crowd. And this is a lot of people. Also, Brandon Beach, Senator Brandon Beach. Brandon, thank you for everything. We appreciate it. William Liggins. William, where's William? Why are you so far away, William, from them? Oh, I like that group better, actually. I agree. And Greg Dozel. Where's Greg? Greg, thank you very much, Greg. We appreciate it. Really do. We appreciate it. Great people. And we said...
The best people.
Back into your legislature, Governor. Have it brought back. Let these
The best people
make it-
out of the ones
keep
who
it
haven't
open,
gotten
keep it
arrested yet.
transparent, and let us have a
Indeed.
signature verification. What's wrong with that? They
Or
keep
fired.
No, there is no evidence. There has been claims. There has been no evidence
The
put
signature,
forward.
You're going to find the signatures aren't what they were 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 years ago. But our two great Senate opponents, and these are two people that fight, and they're going to fight like, I don't know if you know this, but one of the people that you're fighting, I went against him, Ossoff, 4 years ago. He was against a very fine woman, Karen, who was a great woman, and he was leading by quite a bit, and we ended up beating him. He didn't even live in the district. He was running for Congress. He didn't even live in the district. So we're going to have the same thing. But Ossoff and Warnock will be total pawns of Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. I only see him cry when the cameras are on. But he did say this. Maybe I'm hurting you when he did say this. If we get in, we're going to...
Testimonial evidence. That's stupid.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
That's Chuck Schumer. He made the statement.
It's testimony. It's a claim. It's not evidence.
Will go on and on. Well, they've been investigating me since the day we came down on the escalator, which...
It's not biased, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And the people that they have putting forward, claiming they have evidence, one dude turned out to be a child molester. The other one was that woman we played the video of, was drunk at the hearing. Jesus Christ, that's not evidence. Shut the fuck up.
That's what you're gonna have.
God, right-wingers are fucking morons.
Rather infamously, first we take Georgia, then we take America. But they don't mean take America like in a good sense. They mean bring it over to things that the people of Georgia don't want. You're not going to like it when they want to take over your farm. Gee,
Someone claims they saw fraud. That's hearsay.
Here's exactly how they will change America.
Now, hearsay is a type of evidence, but it's not admissible in court,
They will immediately abolish the Senate filibuster.
especially when it's hearsay of hearsay, like I showed you.
Free reign to ram through the most extreme left-wing agenda ever conceived, while at the same time...
If only, as if Biden is left-wing.
Right.
And by the way, tell our senators, end section.
Eyewitness testimony isn't reliable, and there's been a gazillion studies done on this.
Put it in. We put it in. I want it in the defense bill. Put it in. Because it's a national security problem. It's a big national security, so hopefully Mitch and the senators will put it in. But it's the one chance we have to bring big tech, who are vicious and violent and untruthful.
So he's talking about Section 230 right now.
It's the only thing they fear is that we're going to end Section 230. So hopefully we will do it. It happens to be a politically very popular thing to do, by the way. If these people get control, their draconian military cuts will devastate Fort Benning, Fort Gordon, and the military families all across Georgia. And we would also
I'll tell you what devastated military families when you challenged their fucking ballots and tried to have them thrown out because they didn't live in the state, Trump. Asshole.
Where they have the right to take all the names of our past warriors, heroes in some cases, many cases. Some turned out to be heroes in disguise, perhaps. But they want to take the names off, and they have the right to desecrate, to take down.
The only thing he knows about Pocahontas is the Disney movie, isn't it?
In our national parks that we don't want demolished. So we have to
Bitch,
be
please,
very
I can,
careful that we
I
can't
can
let that
paint a
happen.
portrait with all the
They
colors
wanna
of
put
your
it in our
ignorance.
military bill, of all people, Elizabeth Warren puts that clause in the military bill. They will impose total open borders so that people can pour into our country, and they will give them free health care, free welfare, and the right to vote in your elections. You won't ever win another election as a Republican.
We could only be so lucky.
They said that in 2006 and 2008, and it didn't turn out to be true. God damn.
Take down the wall. You know, we have the strongest border we've ever had now. We're almost finished with the wall. Strongest border, right, Sonny? And we built it despite...
Let this chuckle fuck have it, Ninja.
The effect it's having. We built it despite everybody said no chance. I mean, we had a whole very powerful Democrat Party oppose me. And yesterday,
But notice that he wants to talk about the definition of evidence, not the actual evidence they've supposedly put forward, because he can't win on the merits of that. So he has to get pedantic and be like, well, you don't know what constitutes evidence. Well, that's your bias. Blah, 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 blah. It's fucking stupid.
Illegal immigrants coming into the country. And by the way, we want people to come into our country. You see that by the vote I got. But we want people to come in legally and through merit, where they can help.
Want them to be white and married to Trump.
Democrats will implement nationwide catch and release. You know what that is? You catch a killer, you catch a rapist, and you say, oh, thank you very much. Please give us your name. Oh, come back in 3 years. We're going to put you on trial. Oh, good.
No, that is not at all. He is a liar. But I mean, I don't need to point that out, right?
They come back. Yeah, they don't come back. They don't come back. No, they don't come back. Like never. Maybe one.
I feel weird, like when I'm like watching Trump live. I feel the need to correct him, but like my audience knows he's full of shit. So
no, I know. I do that shit all the time too, and I'm like, I know I'm stating the obvious and I'm preaching to the choir, but I really feel like I need to say this out loud, just even for my own sanity.
It's true. They don't like guns. They'd rather cut somebody up. To wreak havoc and terror upon innocent.
Well, I'll cut a bitch.
We've moved thousands and thousands of MS-13 the hell out of our country. We moved them back to where they came from.
They come from, didn't MS-13 start in California?
They're too dangerous
Yes.
to move back because they'll try and figure a way. You know, they're not stupid. They're vicious, but they're not stupid. Sort of like the Democrats, if you think about it. They'll confiscate privately owned firearms and share. What they will do, they will share everything with themselves, only dangerous equipment, and they will totally cut up a thing called your
And I'm pointing out that you're stupid.
They'll make Washington,
sorry, bro.
D.C. a state and many other places guaranteeing 2, 4, or 6 additional left-wing senators. You know, they want to make numerous places states. This way you have a lot more.
They're holding up signs saying save democracy. And they're like, no, let's not make places states so they can vote and have their senators represent them.
You've never even heard of Louis Gohmert, the great Louis Gohmert.
Oh, we do want to defund the police here. I want to abolish the police. I go further than other people.
Completely canceling out your voice in Washington forever. Like,
dude, you're the one that doesn't make sense. You want us to give credence to people that are absolutely fucking stupid. I've shown you that the courts have laughed at the evidence that's been presented.
Is there a way we can pay these people? They never ask for anything.
If there was legitimate evidence, they wouldn't have thrown out 40 fucking cases.
It's 40 plus now. It's like 42.
Finally, after 10, 12 years, making some money, and a week and a half early, he gets hit by the remnants of that big hurricane from Florida. Great state, great place, but you got hit. And David, we took 100% care of those people, right? We took 100% care, yeah. With the help of Sonny Perdue.
Too bad you couldn't do that for the entire rest of the country through this whole fucking pandemic for the last 9 months.
There were 33
honestly.
of them standing, and they were all in a line. What do you do? I have this. What? It was a tragic. It was. And nobody.
No, there are people that want to cut the police budgets. I think police are absolutely fucking useless, and that we should abolish them. Abolish means no more. I go further than most people.
I still hear from some of those people. The extreme left will pack the Supreme Court with 24 radical justices.
I wish. 24? Jesus.
16. Now it's up to 24.
If you ever want to talk about it sometime, I have a great fucking theory for the Supreme Court. You might think it's very interesting.
I
would love to.
9 justices that we have right now. And they want them to revolve up and down the court system so that...
Well, I'm not ignorant. I do stories every night about how useless the fucking police are. I had a friend who got rear-ended. His car completely fucking totaled. What did the police do? Absolutely nothing. Won't give him the name of the person that hit him.
The best would be all three.
The police are fucking useless. And I can say that because I know many police officers. I've been in the news business for 20 fucking years. I've done ride-alongs. I've covered the police. I will tell you, they are useless. No, they should give the name of the person that hit him, so that he can take civil action if he has to.
Nothing to stop them. If they don't
Dumb fuck. God damn.
There's going to be nothing to stop them. You have no idea how bad it will be. There will be nothing. I used to argue with certain people about the filibuster. I said, look, I don't like it either, but I do it because I know they're going to do it. And everybody said, oh, they'll never do it. They're doing it. They've already announced they're going to do it. That means they can do anything they want. And
what, reinstitute the filibuster? Because that's what the Democrats have talked about.
Mm-hmm.
But they said, no, they'll never do it.
They're talking about, because they did away with the filibuster. They did the nuclear option for federal judges.
And that's exactly what's happening, and he'll do it, and he will.
And they've talked about reinstituting the filibuster once they gain control.
Because you know why? We put on three...
Why won't he subpoena the information if they won't give it to him? Who's he supposed to subpoena? You're a complete dumb fuck.
Will be over 300 federal judges in the United States, which will be a record. 300. And they don't want to wait. They want to do it very quickly. Let's just vote and we'll take it. You know, this takes years and years and years to slowly change the court. And perhaps I got a little bit lucky.
And that's exactly what the Republicans have been doing for 20 fucking years.
Yeah, exactly. Was it you who said that it wasn't Trump's list of judges? It was McConnell's list of judges, and he's had
It's a Federalist Society.
Obama?
They say you
yes.
can't be a great president unless you put in Supreme Court justices. They say it's the single most important thing a president can do. And I'm not sure that's right. I think military defense, military offense, frankly.
Because Trump sure as fuck doesn't know who any of the fuck these people are.
But
of course not.
One of the most important things you can do. And the fact that I have more than, I will have by the end, more than 300, first term, think of it. And if we do a second term, which I hope we do, we could have close to...
No, you're not going to do a second term.
But the fact that I had 3 Supreme Court justices in the first term is not making them feel too good. They will unilaterally...
No, it's not.
Jesus. They're already doing it. And, you know, Hunter made a lot of money in China. What's he going to do? Sending our
what the fuck does Hunter Biden have anything to do with a runoff race in fucking Georgia?
We gave you the greatest tax cut in the history of our country.
Well, they found evidence that Ossoff and Warnock were both molesting children on Hunter Biden's laptop. Of course.
We cut more regulations than any president in the history of our country. That's one of the reasons.
That's not a good thing, and that's one of the reasons why the oligarchs didn't mind you, you piece of shit.
Should have never happened. China allowed this to happen. Should have never happened. But you know, we went down less. A lot of people don't like to talk our economy. We went down less, and we went up more than any other country in the world. We went down less because we had a good foundation.
That's not true.
And yesterday,
that's not true.
So now, I thought it was 48. It's actually 128 times. Can you believe it? We set a new stock market record. But this one was great because the Dow Jones Industrial Average think of this, over 30,000 for the first time ever.
And like not a goddamn person in that crowd owns any stock.
Nope.
30,200. Can you believe this? And this is during hopefully what will be, we're rounding.
There may be a few with 401ks.
But this is during a pandemic. We broke 30,000, a number that was unthinkable when I first came. When I first came in at around 16,000, the concept of hitting a 30,000 Dow was not even possible. And we not only hit it, can you imagine if we didn't get hit by this freak, this total freak that came into our country? Can you imagine?
This total freak named Donald Trump? Can you imagine?
And I thought of this before, David. In a way, we did this sort of twice. We took it from the time I came in to the time we got hit, and nobody's blaming us for that. Every country, 188, got hit. Some were totally devastated. I don't know if they ever recover. But if you think about it,
We're totally devastated.
we did it the
How many people are getting ready to be evicted from their homes at the end of this month, you piece of
Then we had a
shit?
second. So we really had two, and now we're going to get money because we want the money. First of all, these states and cities should open up. They should open up. And we're working hard.
They are.
The Democrats, but we're working hard to get some money out to the people because they need it. It's not their fault that they got hit with something from China. And you notice the way the Democrats like to say, it came from Italy. No, it came from China. And that's okay to say it. They like to say it came from Europe. No, actually, well, specifically, it came from Italy. Italy's saying, what did we do? They'll wage war on American energy, absolutely decimating Georgia's middle class. Your bills will go up. Not a huge energy producer, but Texas. Remember they said, Trump will lose Texas by a lot. I said, wait a minute. I'm in favor of energy. I'm the one that built. We have the greatest energy we've ever had. And it all happened this period of time. So you're telling me that I'm going to
Thanks, Obama.
It's against fracking, against energy, against religion, and against guns. You tell me that, I end up winning Texas by so much.
Seriously, I wish the Biden that lives in his head was the Biden that won the election.
It's fake news. They
Yeah.
said Wisconsin.
Be like Super
A poll
Biden.
came out, Washington Post, ABC, just before the election. I'm going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. I said, no, I'm going to win Wisconsin. Well, actually, I won Wisconsin. They're trying to say he's a little down, but I actually won. But that's called suppression.
Anything's possible when you lie.
That's a poll that's so devastating. When I asked one of the pollsters, I said, why did they go so far? Why don't they just say 4 or 5? Because in 4 years, they're going to lose all respect. They don't care. They'll do anything to win. They'll do anything to beat you. They don't care. These people are sick. 17 points.
Once again, this is projection. This motherfucker is wanting to initiate martial law and subvert the Constitution in order to stay in power. And he's accusing the Democrats of doing anything to win. Fuck me.
And I have to say, if I lost, I'd be a very
You did.
loser. If I
The
lost,
fuck?
I would say I lost. And I'd go to Florida and I'd take it easy and I'd go around and I'd say I did a good job. But you can't ever accept when they steal and rig and rob. Can't accept.
Lost by 7 million fucking votes and counting.
Well,
And the nerve of him to say that if he was to lose, he would take it graciously. We all know that's not true.
Today
Oh, hell
he's
no.
appointing his this, his that, Sonny, his Secretary of Agriculture, Sonny. I like Sonny. We want Sonny. He was a great governor here for 8 years, right? You would have solved this problem in about 2 hours, Sonny. He would have said, let the legislature open, let the vote, let us be transparent on signatures. I think that's okay. But we're working hard to ensure that it doesn't happen, and now they're trying to steal these 2 important Senate seats from Georgia.
We've had a recount and we've had an audit in Georgia.
To save America and protect
There was a
all that
hand
we have
recount, right?
accomplished.
Yeah, hand recount and then an audit of the recount.
Has accomplished no other administration, and I did it with these 2 people. I didn't know Kelly. When Kelly came in, I didn't really know what to think. There is nobody
You appointed her.
harder for me, and I have to tell you this.
Oh, I'm sorry, the governor appointed her.
Like publicly, is that okay? There is nobody. David understands this too. She fought. What a trooper! She was so tough and smart. She even went against Mitt Romney. She didn't like Mitt Romney too much. She said, I won't say what she said, but it was tough. But she is,
What did she say about Mitt Romney? That's what I want to hear.
But you were so great, and I'll not forget it. And David's been my friend for a long time, for a long, long time. And there's nobody in Washington that's more respected than David Perdue. There's nobody.
He is a piece of shit under investigation for insider trading.
If the other side manages to steal
Probably will not debate Ossoff.
total one-party
No.
socialist control
Because did you see the debate last time?
will be gone. Your whole
Yeah, where
philosophy
he's
is
like,
gonna
there's
be
only
gone. Joe
one fucking
Biden,
criminal up here. And what about you,
Kamala.
criminal? Yeah, I remember that one. It was a good one.
Yep, and he shut up and he wouldn't do the third debate with him.
Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. They want to take away your guns. I never got it. That's one of the reasons I knew. How can you win? No oil, no guns, no God. Oh, they won. I don't think so. Okay, I don't think so. We knew
Hey,
that
dude,
long
you don't think it's weird that Republican secretaries of state, that Republican poll watchers are all saying, no, there's no fraud here.
and they even wanted
But yet some grifter gets on TV to feed you exactly what you want to hear?
Be careful. You know, when I
You don't think that's weird?
You remember I was saying
Jesus.
suburban women. I say suburban women, love me, please love me.
And you come in here talking about we're bias.
I've been
Fuck.
so good to you. I got rid of the worst regulation in the history of suburbia. I got rid of that regulation, so now you can actually have a house without a building going up next to it that you're not going to be happy about. Without crime increasing by tenfold and this and that. So I said, but suburban women, please, please love me. And CNN put me on. Donald Trump is begging. He's begging and crying for the vote
He did.
of suburban
He
women,
did.
right? These people are sick.
Yeah, he is pretty low energy, but he's a loser, so.
Sarcasm doesn't work with a. Wow, that is a big group of people.
Dude, he has fought it in court, and the courts have laughed him out of it. I can show you the transcripts. I showed you a transcript earlier. Jesus fucking Christ. Your opinion is worthless.
That is a lot
What
of
a
fake
dumb
news.
fuck.
Well, now we call it
What's
the
going on, Igloo?
fake news and suppression news. I use the word suppression because now they got a new thing going. This happened since
No, nobody would have been burning down cities.
stealing money from every country.
The example you guys always give of burning down cities, the Minneapolis Police Department, that was a far-right group
Together with their
posing as a Antifa and BLM activists
media, they decided.
in order to give you the talking point that the left wants to burn down cities.
So you have 95% of the media. You could have them be Jesse James and walk into the bank with a gun, hold them up, give me all your money, and they won't talk about it. And it's hard to have a scandal if they don't talk about it. Other than the New York Post and people like Sean Hannity and people like Laura. And
Here you go, dude. Feds say far-right group coordinated attack on Minneapolis police precinct during the protest.
Friends in the morning.
It's not the left doing it. More projection from dumb fuck right-wingers.
Newsmax. And Judge Jeanine, she's on, right? She's on tonight. And Jesse Waters is great, and Pete Hexa. And
I'm Waters,
because I
bitch.
don't mention everybody, but, we have great people. We have a great voice, but the fact is, most of the press was suppressed, so that no matter what, they wouldn't talk, and it was incredible. And I have to give a lot of credit to Carl Allen and the New York Post for what they did, because they went out and they fought them, and they fought them hard. Oldest paper in America.
Oh, we're back to Hunter Biden again, eh?
And they should be very proud of themselves. But we're doing the same thing. These two incredible people are doing the same thing. We fight. If you don't get out and vote, they are going to win. Now, you know, a lot of people, friends of mine, say...
Like, you're stating shit that didn't happen, dude.
Friends of mine. They are people that are great.
Like, the one time something was burnt down, the police department.
And it's almost like a
I showed you, it was a far-right boogaloo group.
radical left wins. Okay? It was sort of an instinct of mine. You know, you're angry because so many votes were stolen.
You've heard several whoppers here tonight. Trump speaking. Jesus.
We have to actually do just the opposite. We can't do that. We can't do that. We have to do just the opposite. If you don't vote, the socialists and the
I was
communists,
about to say we lost some volume, but that was just him.
Georgia patriots
Yeah.
must show up and vote for these two incredible people. And I'm telling you, they're two of the finest people you'll ever meet. We can fight for the presidency and
Both under investigation.
it's all right. The election is about David Perdue, one of the greats. Kelly Loeffler, a person who is just unbelievable.
One of the greats, like he's like a boxing champion or something.
Natural talent.
Right.
I always say, as an athlete, I'd always say,
would you rather practice or have natural talent? I said, the best is both, right? But she's got a great natural talent. She's very respected. But they believe, both of them, in America, and they believe in our values and all that we stand for, and they understand this state. They love your state. If they didn't, I wouldn't be here, because I love your state too, by the way. This election is about the radical left movement that hates America and wants to erase our history and wipe away everything that we hold dear. They want to rip down our statues.
I hope on January 21st he seizes the means of production.
Never get it today in the House, headed by Crazy Nancy. I took an old bill that said 10 years in prison. They use the word prison, not jail. 10 years in prison if you take down a statue.
No FAP is over, isn't it? That was November, or they just year round. They never get a nut, and that's why they're so angry.
Everyone said you can't use that. I'll never forget. I heard they were going to, they did destruction around, and all in radical left Democrat-run cities, by the way. And we're not supposed to go in. If I had it to do again, I think I would have sent the military in. You want to know the deal? But we're not supposed to. They're supposed to be able to handle their own affairs. I don't know.
Yeah, it's against the Constitution, you piece of shit. God. They always say they're constitutionalists, but they violate it every chance they get.
No idea what it says.
Desecrate the most.
Never even read it. Just like they wave their flags and call themselves patriots, but they hate this fucking country.
They want to do it again. They want to put it in. I told you we can't let it happen. Over the last 4 years, David Perdue has been one of the toughest fighters for our America First agenda in Washington.
Once a month. Questionable images on 8chan.
China said...
What's the new one? It's not even 8chan anymore. It's like 8con or something, isn't it?
Billions and billions of dollars.
And it didn't just go to 16chan?
They valued their currency. They paid a lot of money. They don't like...
Is it always exponential? First it was 4chan, then it was 8chan, now it's 16chan?
I would hope so.
Iran. What we would have done in the next...
Anti-social shit to random innocent people when they lash out. What?
But China said, we will not deal with you unless you get rid of the America First policy.
Buddy, he's getting hyped up now.
They said, yes, we will do that. Can you believe this? And that's when I realized what a brilliant name that is. We come up with some good ones, but that's a good one. We came up with plenty of good ones, haven't we? Some of them I won't use because some of those people are now friends of mine, but we came up with some good ones. But America First, and I looked at Melania a week ago and I said, can you believe it? They are saying...
America First, wasn't that like a George Lincoln Rockwell, like the original American Nazi slogan? America First?
With America First, we agree with China. Yes, we will get rid of America First policy. I think, David, you don't like that too much, right? And if they're here, it won't happen because nothing's going to be able to get passed that's not going to be reasonable. He fought to pass the largest package, David, of tax cuts and reforms in American history. He helped lead the effort to repeal a record number.
I am from cousin fuck Alabama. Let's not shame people for marrying their cousins.
Of the United States rule that crippled work for our farmers and our builders. It's such a beautiful name, but it was destroying people. And I'll never... Waters of the United... How beautiful is that? Waters of the United States. And I said, I got to get rid of it. I got to do it, but I'm going to get killed. Because the only thing good about it was the title. Waters... What are you doing?
See, he's getting hyped up now that he's getting into, like, him just speaking out of his ass.
It's a little bit like the Paris Environmental Accord, right? The Paris...
He does his best work when he's riffing.
I said, I'm going
to
get this one. But we would have paid trillions and trillions of dollars. Russia has a big advantage of us. They go back to old days when the air was very dirty. That was their standard. China doesn't kick in until 2030.
Merkin Dream. I love your name.
And the money that would have cost us, and if we adhered to it,
hey, what's going on, Merkin?
20% of our factories. And now
shit on people from rural areas, dude. I'm from like the most rural area in America.
Yeah, dude.
What the hell?
Lived in a rural area for fucking 20 years.
I'm from the place where LBJ launched the war on poverty. Eastern fucking Kentucky, dude.
Oh, they're so happy. Iran would have been...
I'm the one that said cousin fuck.
After we won the election to make a deal. But perhaps they still will. He said they still will. After Hurricane Michael devastated our farmers in southwest Georgia, as I said, no one worked harder to get them relief than David Perdue. He would call me all the time.
I doubt that.
Sonny said, agriculture. What the hell's going on, Sonny? Sonny, what happened to you, Sonny? It's true. David would call all the time, remember? And remember how tough the Democrats made? They didn't want to give him anything. But we got it. We got a more...
Population, a couple of cows, a soybean field, and a farmer.
Purdue helped pass the unprecedented $2.5 trillion investment in our United States military, delivering the largest pay raises in addition to everything else for our warriors in a decade.
Seriously, I keep getting drawn to this woman.
Greatest, most modern,
She's got a front row seat, and she doesn't seem excited at all.
brand new bombers, brand new missiles and rockets, hypersonic missiles.
This woman has sunglasses on,
Hypersonic, you know what hypersonic is?
almost like she didn't want to be recognized at the rally.
We have missiles that go 7 times faster than any missile in the
I work in Atlanta. I don't want to be seen here. Oh, God.
I are serious
And when
voter.
we took over, our military was decimated, our military was tired, our military was in big trouble. And you remember, and I've said it a lot, one of the world's most overrated generals came to see me. He said, sir, we have no ammunition. We had a little problem with a certain country.
Overrated. Is he talking about Mattis, who called him a threat to the Constitution?
We didn't have
Probably.
ammunition. Think of it. We had very little ammunition. And I'll never forget that statement. I said, that should never happen to a president of the United States again. Nor should
I can't imagine that they had very little ammunition.
Senator
Yeah.
Perdue has been a tremendous leader on pro-American immigration reform. Like
The American economy has been nothing but
when I was going through hell on the
churning out ammunition and tanks and planes for 20, 30 years now.
So I took it out of the military. What the hell can I do?
Oh, and service jobs.
It's good to be a developer every once in a while. That was the one where the judges ruled yesterday, so they said it was fine.
Atlanta is a super cool city.
So we took it out of the military. They didn't think of that one.
I miss going.
But you know what? They don't have to be careful.
I used to go and do some film work down there. I saw Lady Gaga there a couple of years ago.
Chain migration and protect America.
Fantastic show, yes.
He voted to confirm nearly 300 of the judges that I talked about, the federal judges that interpret the Constitution.
You act like cops enforce laws now. Jesus.
Mob came for Judge Kavanaugh. David Perdue stood strong.
Is he talking about his odor?
I'm just thinking they both stood strong when they impeached
The
him.
stank of Kavanaugh was on him.
I'm the only president ever, will never, that got impeached for making a perfect phone call. But those two were among the best. Senator Perdue,
Holy shit, have we regressed all the way back to fucking Ukraine?
American patriot. You need him fighting for you and your family and your values because the United States.
Here we have Trump's greatest hits.
So that's what, I don't
You need him fighting for your values, which his values are being rich and fucking poor people
a
over.
hell of a crowd. Look,
Yep.
as far as the eye can see. As far as the eye can see. I don't
At
like
least they had the American flag back up there for a little while. They were prominently displaying the Thin Blue Line flag
really. I did 50
above the American flag.
little tiny period of time. I said, let me have, and I said, when they asked, it was really not, but you know, I don't do them for other people. It's a lot of work to do a rally. A lot of work. People don't realize when you do, I did.
Yo, we know you did this rally completely for yourself,
One day I did 6,
under the guise of trying to help the Senate races.
and the smallest one, think of it, the smallest one had 25,000 people.
Hey, Dave, she was very happy when she walked out on stage.
And in others, it's 20 degrees.
No, he's
below
talking
zero.
about the first lady, not Melania.
Saying, how's the weather out there, sir? It's
Oh,
Then I land the next time. How are we doing, sir? It's 82.
oh, sorry, my bad.
John Ossoff is a radical left-wing zealot who is very proud to be
Gotcha.
endorsed by
Melania gets to leave after this is all over.
Ossoff supports defunding the police, supports the crazy Green New Deal. That's another beauty. Don't forget, the Green New Deal is really $100 trillion, okay? It's $100 trillion.
What's going on with this dude right here?
Talk about $3 trillion. It got down to $3 trillion now. It's $100 trillion is what they wanted.
He's working his way down to the front. That's the kind of dude I elbow at concerts.
Gangbusters
Well, he's got a mask on.
Know anything. We couldn't come close to making 100.
Oh, so you think he's like something for the? No, he's got a sign.
With no windows. I like windows. I like big, beautiful windows. He wants to do a total.
I don't know what was going on there.
Healthcare that will destroy your doctor's offices and rural hospitals. So if you're sick, if you have a cold, go to a hospital.
I called Obama deporting McDrone strike.
Hope you get a decent doctor. Ossoff also supports a crippling nationwide lockdown. He wants you to lock your home nice and tight after you're inside of it.
I love how people think that like we're all Obama fans and Biden fans exactly the way they fucking suck Trump dick.
Ossoff will be a complete tool for the radical left donors who are trying to buy.
I wish.
You see the money these people have raised? I mean,
yeah, because everybody hates you and Mitch McConnell.
Well, of course, I just raised $250 million, and I should say. I didn't raise it, it just came.
For your fucking self.
I said, how are we doing?
Exactly.
We didn't get great publicity.
The RNC got a little cut of it, though.
You might not be happy in a few weeks, you know, you might not.
We can only hope, Dave.
They were so happy. I said, how's fundraising going? They said, sir, about $250 million. I said, $250 million.
No, Trump is hated. Trump never cleared 50% in his approval rating. Obama did.
But that's why Ossoff's donations come from Silicon Valley, San Francisco, and the other liberal places, and they don't come from Georgia. This is not...
I welcome your chat.
I'm with you. We've always had wins from primaries to 2 elections. We won 2 elections, believe it or not. I think I won the second one by more than I won the first one. I do, right? Bill?
You got more votes in the second one, but you lost the second one.
On January
Shit, you didn't win the popular vote in the first one.
For your incredible Republican Senator, Kelly Loeffler.
He lost by the margin he won by 4 years ago, and he said 4 years ago that was a landslide.
Landslide.
I know what they fight for. I could tell you about David. I could tell you about Kelly. She fights for you every single...
Well, at least he's bringing it back to the reason why he's here. He's more on message than I thought he would be. But that was a very, very low bar to begin with.
Oh, man.
Bill, relief for American workers and families, and a lot of people were against it, and it turned out to be a great thing, Kelly. Thank you. A lot of people said, oh, it's too much. I said
Trump is by far not more popular than Obama, and you saying that is just your feelings, you dumb fuck.
My
With her help, we secured $50 million for 175.
Oh no, my feeties.
And here's the thing: is like, in a few years, especially if the Southern District of New York puts him away, you're not gonna find a Trump supporter. Just like you can't find a Bush supporter anymore.
Yep.
They're gonna be on to the next Kool-Aid.
One of the most respected men in the
Are you smoking those left-handed cigarettes?
Yes, sir.
At the urging of, if you're successful today.
I also have this big old fucking tote of weed next to me that I gotta fucking trim before my sister comes back down.
At the urging of Kelly and David, my administration
I got the pot
took
full of
historic
pot.
action to protect growers of blueberries, peppers, squash, and cucumbers. Who does cucumbers around here? Because I like cucumbers. I'm the only one. I like cucumbers.
What? How do we get on cucumbers?
Law enforcement heroes were under attack. Senator Loeffler stood up to the Marxists.
I had this very refreshing cucumber salad at a restaurant in Birmingham a couple years back.
Ooh, was it the tomato cucumber kind with the red onions and some feta?
Yes.
And a little bit of
Yes.
Yeah.
Love those.
That's the good shit.
Love me some cucumbers. Hate pickles.
Aw.
I don't like pickled anything. Kraut.
Oh, by the way, Trump is going to lose Texas.
I'm not a sour kind of guy. God, this chat has gone wild.
This is what happens when the Echoplex fucking community jumps in your fucking channel.
Love it, love it.
Dave's like, Trump got more votes than Lincoln.
On the cover.
He did.
you know what? Within about 2 months, he was a stone cold loser. And just weeks ago, Senator Loeffler cast her vote to confirm our newest Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett.
Obama got more votes than George Washington, so what now?
Kelly's opponent, Raphael Warnock,
Oh shit.
is a dangerous extremist who is radically opposed to your values. He said he believes...
The fucking Reverend is radically opposed to your values.
Oh, really? And opposed...
By the way, I'm usually against any religious person just on that point alone. But the more they attack Warnock and I go and look up his record, like, oh, I actually really like this guy. I hope he gets elected. Apparently he's up on Loeffler right now.
Yeah. But also, they're just like, oh,
He was a good man. He was a good guy, he said.
Biden's gonna fucking take God out of everything. And he's like, he goes to church every Sunday, doesn't he? Or at least attends a virtual one now or some shit.
He supports abolishing...
Yeah, he's quite the Catholic, whereas Trump is, you know,
Catholic.
No cash, man. No bail. Don't worry about it.
holds up a Bible and fucking acts like he's a Christian.
And he's declared, quote, open up the jails, free the violent criminals, and prey on Georgia, families, children. No, you can't do that. This is not for Georgia, I'm telling you. It might be for some places, and I tell you that too. This is not for Georgia. I think Raphael has to move to another state. Try it again. Warnock is strongly anti-Israel, and Warnock's own writings make clear that he believes America is a sinister nation that must be punished. Don't just take my word for it. We did something I shouldn't be doing.
Don't take his word for it. Go listen to Warnock and form your own opinion.
Video to play, please.
Oh shit.
Senator Sanders, Senator Warren, and myself are all on the same team. What are you willing to sacrifice to make sure that overfunded police departments are defunded? There is no middle road on the climate crisis.
I not only support a Green New Deal, I don't think it goes far enough. I'm all for a Green New Deal. This is part
Why are they trying to tie him to Elizabeth Warren?
We need to cut the defense budget.
Popeyes or Chick-fil-A?
Oh, Popeye.
Are you in favor of expanding the court or perhaps an age limit in place instead of a lifetime appointment?
Look, I've said everything is on the table.
But if we win the majority, everything is on the table.
Now we take Georgia, and then we change America.
Change is coming to America.
The blue wave is comprised of those who are documented and undocumented.
We win these races in Georgia so that we don't have to negotiate.
That's their goal. Total radical control to bring horrific change to America.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Ninja.
Nobody can save God and the military.
Raphael Warnock attacks our military.
Police power, the kind of gangster and thug mentality.
Warnock attacks our police.
What was that? Jeremiah Wright?
Raphael Warnock is dangerous. No wonder he defended this.
Not God bless America, God America.
Now my hope is
It is. That's going back to fucking 2007, 2008 shit.
in the Georgia runoff, and that will make our
We played that video. That guy deserved to be punched in the back of the head.
We need to send a message that if you indulge...
That was a bully that got what was coming to him.
Yep.
You're gonna get beaten so bad.
But I'm sure our little troll in the chat thinks that was just some random innocent person getting hit.
Of what we are getting from Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, there it was again. That dude deserved that. I don't believe that America has been a force for good in the world. I think we have been an imperial power. And saying that is just a fact. It's not hating America. I love the country. That's why I participate in politics and try to make it a better place. Unlike dumb fuck right-wingers who just want to demonize everybody.
So I just looked at that one scene because it was in Washington. And
I'm being generous just calling you people morons.
crowds of people. They were angry as hell at the election, and they showed up, and it was incredible. Hundreds of thousands of people. People couldn't believe. Now, of course, some of the fake news said hundreds of people are here. No. tens of thousands of people. And you know, Antifa showed up. Not the right, but the left showed up. And they looked at some of these people and they wanted to attack the crowd. They looked and they said, no thank you. And they left. No problem.
What? I can't even follow his little story here.
I have no idea what he's talking about. Is he talking about that DC rally?
They all went home peacefully. And that night,
Maybe. And that wasn't a peaceful rally. Didn't Proud Boys stab like several people? He's getting quiet again.
By the scum from Antifa. We can't let this happen. We can't let this happen. But what they didn't play, what the fake news didn't play, is during the day they walked in and they wanted to do some damage and they took a look and they said, no thank you, we won't do it. We'll wait. We'll wait till we get the people with the children. We'll wait till we get the elderly people that want to stay in Washington. And
yeah, goddamn America and our stupid fucking foreign policy where we've wasted trillions killing innocent people to feed the war machine. Maybe you think General Dwight D. Eisenhower was a stupid progressive when he talked about the military-industrial complex.
And Kelly, to come up and say a few words, please.
Oh wow, they're actually going to get to speak. I'm going to assume this is going to be like Martha McSally in Arizona, though. He's going to give him like 30 seconds, get him out of the way. Get more of the adulation from his adoring fans.
They don't want to hear this. They don't want to hear this.
Thank you, Georgia.
Yeah, they're chanting "Stop the Steal."
Mr. President, President Trump, you made America great again because you put America...
Fucking NTD doesn't even have the camera on Loeffler. They have it on Trump.
President Trump created the strongest economy because he put the American worker first. He stood up. That's right. He stood up to
And there's a producer in the camera person's ear saying, pan over, but keep Trump in the frame.
We are standing strong for President Trump because
And that's what they're doing.
us every single day.
Because Trump is ratings to them because of dumb fucks like you enjoy myself just hanging from his dick.
Our voice on January 5th will be your voice for years.
Because if they don't have Trump in the frame, people might turn it off.
America strong. Thank you. Well, you know what? My colleague, David Perdue, my good friend, wants to make sure
This
that you
sycophantic behavior.
vote. Because if we don't vote, we will lose the country. If we vote, we will win.
Hey guys, I want to take liberty just 1 second. I want to say something.
Really did give her like 30 seconds, didn't he?
I want to say something for President Trump personally.
God, his hands are so small.
I want to say something personal for President Trump. God bless you. We love you, Mr. President. We love the First Lady. And we're going to fight and win those.
Gotta kiss the ring, suck the ass.
deal in the state of Georgia. God bless
But these
you.
people might not vote for you.
Well, thank you very much.
That's all they got.
Yeah, I really did call it. It was less than 30 seconds, wasn't it?
Yep.
This was a rally for them, for those two.
Thank you. Thank you. We're fighting. We're going to fight like you never saw before. Thank you. We can't let what happened 3 weeks ago, we can't let it happen. It's beyond me. We can't let it happen. And somewhere there's going to be a champion, your champion. Somewhere there's going to be a champion that's going to do what's right, because this has been going on for a long time, but never like it's happened recently. And you know, they've used the pandemic and the phony fake ballots, the mail-in ballots, they use that to sabotage your country. We're not going to let it happen. As you know, a major issue in this state is voter fraud. It's been a big issue for a long time, but never like this. We sent out tens of thousands, millions and millions of ballots. Nobody knew where they came from, where
The governor that purged people from the rolls,
sending them in.
that won his own election by depressing the vote, says there's no fraud in this election.
Let's postpone the election.
Like,
and they said, oh, he's not
what else do you need?
They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. We're all deeply disturbed.
Hey, recall Kemp.
By the lying, cheating,
Or
robbing,
primary him or whatever the fuck they're chanting.
that's gone on with our elections. We know the Democrats will have dead people voting, and you got to watch.
Dave, I don't know. The guy you're talking to, I do believe he hopped in the Discord with us one time, and he was really fucking stupid.
Filing out and filling out ballots for people who don't even exist. They put up names. They have people signing their own name over and over. They have.
I'm pretty sure that's who this guy is in the chat. Was the guy that I had the phone call with that you couldn't hear, Winch,
signature. They don't even.
or that you could hear and he couldn't hear you.
They know once they get it in, it'll never be looked at. It'll never be looked at again because of people like your Secretary of State and your governor. So we want signature verification, but the answer, and we're going to be very careful. We're going to watch every ballot, David and Kelly.
What they mean when they say signature verification is that they want to challenge a bunch of ballots, and that if they don't match just complete. I never signed my signature the same twice. It's just a bunch of scribbles. If they don't match exactly, they want to throw them out. They only want to do that in Atlanta.
Stay at home. Just stay at home. If you want to do something to them, I don't want to use the word revenge, but it is a certain revenge.
Good. Tell them to stay at home.
Democrats, you show up and vote in record numbers. That's what you have to do. They can only win if they cheat. They can't win this state unless they cheat, and they cheat better than anybody. You know, when you
Dude, if you're a Trump supporter, you have no ethical standards. You are a gigantic piece of shit. You support somebody who is against the Constitution, who is a liar, a fraud.
They're too nice. They don't go after these criminals.
Any other adjectives you can throw at him. He's stupid as fuck.
Go after them. They don't go after them.
A daughter fucker, yeah, right, Dave. At least he wants to fuck. At least he wants to.
But we're watching this.
Hey, you speak nice about First Lady. She's a lovely woman.
You got to get out and vote. Let them steal Georgia again. You'll never be able to look yourself in the mirror. We have to hold the line. And you have two of the greatest people on earth. We have to hold the line. Make sure that you and
two people that are under investigation
have to register to vote
for securities fraud.
December 7th. Is that right? Monday, December 7th. You have to register to vote. Of course, you'll probably be allowed to if you're a Democrat. You know, they don't have any time limit.
Dave said, to be fair, half the people in his audience don't have a reflection in the mirror.
Is allowed to harvest, but other people can't harvest.
He was married to his own second cousin. He cheated on her, didn't he?
Constitution. Has anybody looked at that?
If we're talking about Giuliani.
Go to georgia.gov and register immediately, then request your absentee ballot before December 31st. Don't delay. Watch it closely. Do it today. Do it tomorrow. And return your ballot the same day you get it.
It's the weekend. Imagine being cheated on by Rudy. Exactly.
Ballots were coming in late. Very, very late. So they backdated the ballots. We have all the information. We have all the...
That's not true.
Much evidence. And then you go to a court. Oh, they don't have enough evidence. We have hundreds and hundreds and even thousands of...
Judges this motherfucker has appointed. Says there's no evidence.
Yeah, they're like, nope.
Saying, do we put all of this into a filing? It's like with wheelbarrows.
Yeah, Monday is the deadline to register to vote in the runoff on January the 5th.
On election day, whatever you do, I need each of you, every one of you, your friends, your family, to go and vote.
You can register up until Monday. No, they don't have to re-register. They just need to turn out new people.
Reform, including voter
If you're not registered, you can register to vote and vote in the January 5th runoff.
Residency verification, like
he told them to request an absentee ballot.
Yeah, he did.
Confirmation. They want to say, oh, he doesn't have to be a citizen. You got to see.
Who the fuck body shamed anybody?
They're not citizens. You're a citizen? No, I'm not a citizen. You speak English? No English. Speak no English.
And that's like people like this. You enjoy myself like. He wants to pick out this tiny minutia of something and focus on it where he thinks he can win.
You couldn't get in unless you had a picture. You had a photo.
Oh, well, body shaming is wrong, isn't it? What the fuck are you even talking about?
They don't want to do it. And they know. They know exactly. We just can't let
Oh, yeah. Rudy is a gremlin. But that's inside and out. That's not just his outer looks. Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Can't allow it to happen. And complete overhaul of our election security systems, because right now, Dominion is a joke.
I'll body shame Trump. He's got really fucking small hands.
It's a disgrace that in 2020, no state in America even makes any real attempt to verify that those who cast ballots by mail are eligible and lawfully registered voters.
They totally did.
Evidence of fraud is overwhelming, and again, I'm going to ask you to look up at that very, very powerful and very expensive screen.
Yeah, we're getting preached at about ethical standards from the guy that's a Trump supporter.
We certainly want transparency. What he saw,
and he's calling us hypocrites.
Last night on this program, what appears to be Atlanta, Georgia ballot counters being told to leave the counting room. Then a short time later, with no observers.
This guy, that guy right there that was taking his jacket off was from the Secretary of State's office.
Under a cloud of suspicion, begin what looks an awful lot like ballot stuffing.
It wasn't.
And the media did pack up and leave at 11:15, but there weren't.
They're saying that there were no poll watchers and counters there, but that's not true. That the guy that I just pointed out was from the Secretary of State's office.
Fulton County Elections Chief Richard Barron, but he doesn't have.
But all you have to do to stupid ass right wingers is show some video that looks nefarious, play some music under it. And people are like, "Oh my God, it's evidence!"
Putting on their jackets there, and by 10:56, they are long gone. And the Trump team has sworn witness testimony, claiming an announcement was most certainly made. In fact, even CNN reported the counting was being shut down due to a water main break. That even election administrators now acknowledge.
I don't think this was the same.
Someone had to tell
precinct
those people to leave. And if you look at this table, there are ballots in boxes.
Nobody told them to leave. It was just the partisan poll watchers. It was the Republican and Democrats. The Secretary of State's office was still there.
And then ultimately take out the mysterious ballots from under the table to start.
But that's the thing with right-wingers is they just shovel so much shit at you. You constantly have to bat it down. It's a deluge. And you don't even have a chance to even put forward your own ideas.
Ballots were under a table versus
it's a gish gallop of misinformation.
Open.
Yeah. And so we have to spend all our time explaining why this shit is wrong. It takes us far longer to explain why it's wrong.
I think those ballot boxes
than it does for them to get this out in the zeitgeist.
They want to be lifting those things up and putting them back down.
He makes no sense. The guy's scratching his head. He just looks nervous. The guy does not inspire confidence. There were all
is that Greg Gutfeld?
Out, but even almost 24 hours since I posted what could be, quote, smoking gun video of election fraud. A video now with 2.5 million views as of right now on my Twitter feed.
They love making ad populum arguments. Look how many people are in my crowd. Look how many views I have on YouTube. Look how many followers I have on Twitter.
I'll have the review. I need to review the video. I have not seen the video.
Please do. Please do is right. He hasn't watched the video that could upend the presidential election, and the guy in charge of the very people in the room admits he didn't watch the video before updating board members this morning. That's insanity. And
give it to him, Ninja.
Fulton County still certified the election. But you know who did watch our video? Our viewers. Stinchfield's Army. One directed me to this moment in the video.
The Secretary of State's office watched it and said it's bullshit. The Republican Secretary of State.
Batch of ballots out, straighten them, and then look what she does. She reinserts them back into the ballot counting machine.
Dave, I constantly get that. I constantly get people comment on my videos and like, well, how do you expect people to listen to you if you call them morons?
But it's certainly
I'm like, well, if they listened to me, maybe they wouldn't be fucking morons.
As the greatest political heist in election history may have just been caught on camera.
Evidence of election.
But these are the people that have called me snowflake, libtard, cuck for 10 years now.
Winner. However, numerous whistleblowers are coming forward with credible information that hundreds of thousands of votes for President Trump mysteriously disappeared on election night. On Tuesday, Jesse Morgan, a worker for the U.S. Postal Service, revealed that his trailer full of ballots simply went missing after he dropped them off. The worker drove his truck from Bethpage, New York, all the way to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and says he was carrying some 288,000 completed mail-in ballots. Phil Klein, the director of the legal group Thomas More Society Amistad Project, says they have many more testimonies from whistleblowers with similar stories.
Well, I can tell you, dude, we don't have a very high opinion of you. I can promise you that.
Fraud in the 2020 election, and has already uncovered serious.
I just have a high opinion.
Backing up President Trump's warnings, Klein explains that the post office was rife with fraud and that many Postal Service workers were taking part in widespread illegal efforts to undermine the election. While the workers at the post office in Wisconsin had collected and backdated.
Yeah, dude, you'll go back to your pretty damn good life of living in a fucking bubble and not being challenged.
Claimed the integrity of Dominion voting machines
being spoon-fed. Exactly what you want to hear.
During a press conference
by grifters who want to make a buck on you.
The project explained that election officials in blue jurisdictions have failed to maintain the ballot chain of custody, which leaves the door wide open for voting fraud. The project said it has photographic evidence of people improperly accessing voting machines and eyewitness accounts on how the seals on ballot hard drives were illegally tampered with and broken. Klein says that
I played the video of one of the poll workers that were like, this box looks weird. The creases on these ballots weren't right. that was their evidence.
In Pennsylvania.
Dude,
based on this
coming from an electronics background, having a seal broken on a hard drive generally means that, like, the motherfucker is busted.
Dude, you're not listening to my opinions. You're trying to insert your own opinions into this.
They're just going to replace like, the hard drive discs with information on it to another one, like physically, like change them.
Oh yeah, when you get a electronic drive, it's got the tape on the front of it that you know if it's been used or not.
And by the way, there was no water main break. You know, they said there was no water main break. That's 10 times more than I need to win this state. 10 times more. It's 10 times, maybe more than that, but it's 10 times more because we lost by a very close number. The alleged Biden margin of victory in several states is entirely accounted for by extraordinarily large midnight vote dumps. You saw them with going up to the sky.
Massive dumps.
Extremely skewed to Biden. Like Biden would get 10,000 votes and Trump would get 3 in a Trump area. Oh.
Yes, mail-in ballots in a urban area would probably go like that.
Yeah.
And 5,900 votes for Donald Trump. 96% for Biden, 4% for Trump in an area where I should...
Yeah, he says his life is awesome, but he's probably like going to go get into an argument with his wife and beat her.
Except for one.
Yell at his kids and give them some sort of fucking complex.
If you look at the ballots, they had ballots all over. They had more ballots.
And cry into his beer about how my life is awesome.
They had people, and they're voting. And then, as you know, 2 of the canvassers were very brave. They didn't vote, and they got the hell knocked out of them from the standpoint of...
That's right. He's not here listening to my opinion. He's trying to insert his own opinion and get me to take him seriously.
But more ballots than they had voters. Now, how simple is that? A similar vote dump occurred in Wisconsin.
It's as simple as provisional ballots.
This is 3:42 in the morning. In fact, when I went to bed that night, everybody was calling, congratulations.
You didn't go to bed that night. Shut the fuck up.
600,000 votes in
Nah.
Across all of the key swing states, there were impossibly low rejection rates. You saw that. For mail-in ballots, drastically less than the historic norm. In Georgia, 0.5% of the mail-in ballots were rejected in 2020 compared to 5.77%. That's a difference of 11 times more. It's hundreds of thousands of votes. In Pennsylvania, 0.03% were rejected in 2020 compared to a much, much higher percentage in 2016. This issue alone is enough to change the election results in many states. Whistleblowers, and that's the smallest of the issues. Whistleblowers in multiple states have testified to witnessing postal workers and election workers illegally backdating.
Nobody said you were seeking out validation.
Fixing ballots, filling
Try
out,
not to straw man us.
registering ineligible voters, and much, much more. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of votes in each state. In Arizona, a sample of 100 ballots reviewed by a judge found that a very small percentage of these ballots, very small, but when you look at it, it was turned out to be very large. It was 10
Like my hand.
more than we needed to win Arizona.
No, that's the opposite. They look like they're kind of large, but when you actually look at them, they're very small.
But I'll let you know that in about a week. In one Michigan county, and by the way, when Laura Ingraham interviewed your governor, he said he was an offensive lineman. I said, that's strange. He doesn't look like an offensive lineman to me. In one Michigan county using
Merkin is correct.
nearly 6,000 votes were discovered that were wrongly switched from Trump to Biden. They called it a glitch. You know a glitch? That's like the machine broke. Numerous times we found glitches, and every single time the glitch went 100% to Biden and no percent to Trump. The same systems are used in 30 states. The left lies, they cheat.
It was the ghost of Hugo Chavez.
Yes,
They're
it
hell-bent on
was.
getting power and control by any means necessary. They investigate you.
Says the guy trying to take control and power by any means necessary.
They try and intimidate you. They call you a poor American. You're not a good American. You don't love our country. They don't love our country.
You
They
don't.
Put you down, shut you up, and make you retreat. That's what they do. That's what they've done.
I would get a good percentage of these people in the audience probably do love the country and are just completely and totally misguided.
They want to do.
Well, they're so
Right
religious,
here
they're
in Georgia,
stupid.
They want.
Yeah. The religion plays a role in it. And like 20 years of Fox News, 30 years of AM talk radio, the Rush Limbaughs and the Bill O'Reillys and shit.
America, the Democrats cheated
It literally rots your brain.
by sending out 65 million mail-in ballots. They perpetrated the largest fraud in the history of our country. Democrat officials and politicians in every swing state systematically weakened every measure to combat election fraud.
That was Republicans. Oh my God.
No signature checks. I want to check a signature, please. I'm sorry, we don't let you do that. No eligibility checks. No nothing. Every single one of you know that if these ballots are properly audited, if the signatures and envelopes were examined, if the envelopes were correlated to the votes, because you'll find there are far more ballots than there are envelopes. All you have to do is count them up. How many ballots do you have? How many envelopes do you
The
have?
votes are being counted in Uzbekistan, as Herman Cain would say.
Studied to check the signature.
That is a fictional place. It's not real.
It's a totally different signature from 2 years
Just
ago.
like Trump's claims of voter fraud.
What's that all about? We will find that hundreds of thousands of ballots were illegally.
Now, Herman Cain was from Georgia, and I'm sure he would have been at this rally if he hadn't died of fucking COVID.
Historic victory. This is our country.
Oh, man. You know what? I also have like this really morbid thought. It's like maybe the reason that so many quote unquote dead people are voting is because they mailed in their vote and then they went to a Trump rally and then they died of COVID.
That's what's going
There are a lot of people, and there was a poll worker that had to deny her own mom's vote because she cast her vote before she died.
on January 5th. We're going to be watching every element of what they do, this fraud that they've perpetrated on our country. We're going to be watching it more closely than any election has ever been watched. Hopefully our legislatures and the United States Supreme Court will step forward and save our country.
He really wants them to overturn the election by appointing their own slate of electors.
I can say also, without an honest voting system,
I think he would need 3 states to do that, though. Michigan and Pennsylvania might do it. Might have enough. But I think he wants Michigan, Georgia, and Pennsylvania.
senatorial elections, and right now we have to get out to vote for David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler.
Herman Cain's lawyer in his sexual harassment suit was Lynn Wood, who was in Georgia this week telling people not to vote.
Now is the time to fight harder than ever before. So don't listen to my friends. Just go out. Just go out. And you know what they're saying? They're saying, we want you to fix the system. We're going to fix the system. But the system will be fixed when these people get in. They'll get in and we'll fix the system. Because we're all victims. Everybody here, all these thousands of people.
True.
Tonight, they're all victims, every one of you. The next great victory for our movement begins right here on January.
You're exactly right. Say defend democracy, but they're the first people to tell you we're a republic, not a democracy. And I've said it many times. That's been priming people for just this moment. The Republicans are going to go full-blown fascist. I mean, they tried. They were just incompetent this time.
We're going to win back the White House again. A friend of mine said, oh, don't worry about it, sir. You're way up in the polls. You'll win in 2024. I said, I don't want to wait till 2024.
These people do not give a shit about the Constitution.
We're thrilled to be joined tonight by some real friends.
Tom Cotton or Ben Sass, one of those.
It was fantastic. And by the way, I got to tell you, as you know, he and Kelly had a great primary, a very strong primary. They both did fantastically well. And
I don't think there are any reputable Republicans, as if that's a thing. I don't think that have political aspirations for the future that will sign on for this kind of a coup with him. They would with somebody different. I wonder, is Dick Cheney kicking himself? Like, look how easy it would have been for us to just fucking overturn everything in this country and stay in power.
A friend of mine, one of the toughest guys you'll ever see, Louis Gohmert of Texas. Louis. Thank you, Louis.
Is your neck really long, Ninja?
And a young up-and-comer who's taken Washington by storm, Dan Crenshaw. Where's Dan?
Oh, shit. Hold on. I got to flip to this one. Because, you know, anytime anybody mentions Dan Crenshaw, I got to say, I would love to piss in his open eye hole.
You stand out in many ways. Thank you very much, Dan. The next senator
Fuck Dan Crenshaw.
Just got elected. Did my endorsement help? Better believe it. We love Tennessee. Bill Haggerty.
Marquita Bradshaw would have been such a good senator.
For a long time.
Bill Haggerty was at some fucking gala the other night. No masks. Whole bunch of young Republicans and shit spreading around the COVID.
Tremendous job. And, you know, we've handed out $28 billion to farmers. $28 billion. I said, how badly have we been talking?
You make a very good point that Facebook and social media playing the role that they have weren't around back then.
Put the tariffs on China, took the money, and gave it out to the farmers. And we had a lot of money left over, and we put that into...
That's a very good point. I didn't think about that.
He's done a fantastic job.
Louis Gohmert is about as smart as Dan Bedondi.
State representative, a friend of mine, a great gentleman. He saw what was happening.
Dan said he'll be on this week. I talked to him yesterday.
Vernon Jones.
We'll see if it happens.
We'll see. Good luck.
Thank you, Vernon. What a great guy. Agriculture Commissioner Gary Black. Gary, good job you're doing. Boy.
Yeah, I miss those days when the internet was primarily the domain of liberals and us leftists. I didn't know I was a leftist back then, though.
Great man who's also on the ballot next month. Bubba McDonald. I like that name. Where's Bubba? Tricia?
Howard Dean is an interesting topic. I wonder if we had been in a more grassroots time later on, if he would have been able to take the Democratic nomination. We would have been a lot better off if he was the Democratic nominee.
Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it very much. Very important.
Would he have been able to transcend his moment?
David Schaefer.
I wonder because, you know, it was the media that totally did that to him.
Oh, will
Yeah.
fire you. So
if he could have existed outside of the traditional media platforms.
great job, and he works very closely with RNC chairwoman. This is how we won. We won a great state. We won a great state known as Michigan when she was there, and I said, let's bring her.
I liked the yell too. It showed enthusiasm, and apparently it's just the way the camera caught it and stuff. The people there in the crowd were like, it didn't sound odd at all.
Over the last 4 years, we built the greatest political movement in the history of our country. Already, we've achieved more than anyone thought possible.
Yeah, I didn't know enough about
people to rip it apart.
theory at the time to know that I was a leftist back then. I would have considered myself a liberal.
Politicians spend trillions and trillions of dollars rebuilding other foreign nations, fighting foreign.
Who do we need to have a roast of himself?
Foreign borders. We want to defend our border, if it's okay. And we're now finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs, our factories, and our troops back home to the
Trump?
USA where they belong. Thank you.
They did a roast of Trump, didn't they? And like he had a whole list of things you couldn't joke about.
Home and they say, well, sir, we got to keep them there, sir.
Did Comedy Central do a Trump roast?
I want to say they did. I might be mistaken.
That can't stand us, that nobody ever heard of. In everything we do, we are putting America first. We ended the war on American energy. And the United
But he had like there were a bunch of things that you couldn't joke about. So either it didn't come to fruition because he had so many demands. You couldn't joke about his hands. You couldn't joke about his family. Blah blah blah.
We built our wall, as I said.
But I want to say it did happen.
Because you're a big military between the equipment we build and VA choice and VA accountability, right?
Yeah. There was a roast of Donald Trump.
We used to always have on television, you'd have the fake news. There'd always be, well, in that case, it wasn't fake, but for years, you'd always see vets how bad.
Jeff Ross said, "Yeah, we both fantasize about his daughter."
But you don't see that. You don't see that anymore. You don't see the stories on the evening news about vets that are being treated horribly. And accountability was a big factor.
You're the one treating them horribly.
Horrible people that took advantage of our vets, and they're gone. And now of our vets,
I know. That's why I was like, "Ooh, I should play this." Like, no, I can't.
we pay the bill. They get better. They don't wait in line for weeks and months. We destroyed 100% of the ISIS.
We could do it on the conduit
in Iraq and Syria.
There you go.
We killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi.
Yeah, he did attend it.
Eliminated the world's top terrorist. Soleimani is dead. I withdrew from the.
So Seth MacFarlane claims he only forbid bankruptcy jokes.
Deal, and I think they want to start it up again. Can you believe it?
I want to say there was something about his hands in there too. That you could make jokes about it. Look at his little hand on the podium.
They were ready to rock. They were ready to do whatever we wanted. Now they're salivating. I recognize the true capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And also recognize.
Like this motherfucker's talking about terrorists, but Osama bin Laden's daughter endorsed him.
Instead of endless war, we are forging peace all over the world. And you know
what he means by peace, his peace deals were all arms deals to places like the UAE.
You know what? We've created. I'm the only one in many, many decades that hasn't started a war. Everyone thought that with my personality, I'd be in war.
He has escalated
They were all saying war.
several conflicts.
And we developed.
Oh, he would love nothing more than to start a war or to be.
He wants to start a war in Iran.
Drop bombs on.
You
know, he would love to do it.
It was going to be war with everybody. No.
Ultimate power trip.
Military in the world.
Yep.
And the better it is, the less likely it is that we're going to have to use it.
Yeah, let's hope that passes.
Everything that we've achieved together is on the line.
But once again, well, I mean, apparently the Republicans are against it as well.
Fake news media, and there's a lot of them right back.
It absolutely would.
And
didn't Israel assassinate one of their scientists
but they'll find something
like a week or two ago?
It was Iran.
A horrible protester. They'll find
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, Iran.
David, they're going to find something they're looking to having a hard time. It's been a love fest. This is a love fest for these.
Netanyahu is corrupt as shit.
But they all want the Silicon Valley censors and the corrupt Democrat political machine. They're partners. You must vote for David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler. Go out and vote. With your help, we are going to continue our mission to save America. We will defend the right to
Is somebody giving him the light?
free speech and
They're
the
telling
right
me he's got to wrap it up. He's only got 30 seconds.
We will always support the heroes of law enforcement. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will preserve peace through strength. We will protect Social Security and Medicare, and we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Right? We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and children and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag.
By history, he means like the history books in Georgia that, teach the war of northern aggression and shit.
From Atlanta to Augusta, from Savannah to Columbus, and from Athens to right here. Right here. This is a nice place.
Where are you? Can you say the name of it?
Valdosta.
Oh, he can. Okay. There's a golf course there, isn't there?
Who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America...
Apparently they didn't defeat fascism. I'm looking at it right now.
And if they get in and add me into the group, if you don't mind, we will be greater than ever before. Without
Dave has racked up the whole IDW blocking him on Twitter.
The best is yet
I just had the whole Twitter block me. Shit. They won't let me on there.
And together we are taking back our country. Our fight to
I tried to make a new Twitter, bounce my IP off of fucking like Romania or something, on a computer that is not connected to anything else, and Twitter still was like, nope, you can't have multiple accounts.
We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender. Because we are Americans, and our hearts bleed red, white, and blue.
Should probably see a doctor if your heart bleeds red, white, and blue.
Yeah. Isn't it like a gray color until it hits the air and then it turns red?
No, it's like a purple, like a deep purple.
We are one movement, one people, one family.
Didn't they do Smoke on the Water?
Nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Georgia, we have made America powerful again. They've done it. We have made America wealthy again. We have made America again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you.
But they had a different camera shot there for a second. What was that?
What was that?
Oh, shit. Let's watch him dance a little bit.
Little silly chicken dance.
I hope so. So I'm going to keep it up for a little bit. Yeah, I've never seen Melania smile this much.
I've never seen her let him touch her for that long.
There he goes. Look at that little fucking hand. And I think his right hand is smaller than his left hand. Come on, dance for us, monkey. So he talked about the Senate races a little bit more than I thought, but still not a lot. That was what, about an hour and a half worth of speaking? And he devoted maybe 5 minutes, 6 minutes to it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, these women are creaming their pants right now. They got Trump dancing in front of them. Oh, my God. Wow.
She's like, I love you. I love you.
I thought they had a black person in the front row, but it turns out that you just had a mask on. It was just a dark-colored mask. But they have a habit of doing that. When they have like one black person in the crowd, they always put them in the front, right behind them.
Mm-hmm.
Just for the optics. Guys, he looked at me. Jack Dorsey has a hell of a beard. I'll give him that. He's got the real Rasputin look going on now. I hate it though that I messaged them multiple times like, please give me my Twitter back. I'm closing in on 5 million views on YouTube. Almost 6,000 followers. Please give me my Twitter back. Robert Evans is the shit. Is he growing out a gigantic beard? I haven't seen him lately. Huge fan of Behind the Bastards. Worst year ever. I miss following him on Twitter. I miss following Dr. Mr. Cody on Twitter. Cody Johnston had a fantastic Twitter. Everything he posted, I was cracking me up. I can't follow him anymore. Yeah, that makes sense. He's been going to a lot of the protests. Richard Marks. I know. He's had a bunch of zingers here lately. The baby this time. That Richard Marks did the what was it? The theme from Anastasia. I love Richard Marks. Yeah, Hold On to the Night. He had a bunch of hits in the early '90s.
That's my.
I'm not gonna let anybody. I like the more upbeat shit. I'm not a ballad kind of guy. Does that guy have a cape on? What the hell? Like fucking George's dad's lawyer from Seinfeld. It don't mean nothing. God, we're singing like old fucking 90s pop songs. My mom would be happy. She was a big Richard Marx fan. Drop him some links, producer Dave. Oh, you might not be able to. I think I modded you, though. You should be able to link. But it might be the Nightbot filtering things out. I think I saw you try to post a link earlier. I'm sorry. I just added the Nightbot not that long ago. Yeah, do go follow Dave. Conduit Live. Last thoughts here, Winch, before we wrap this up. That's 10. That's 10 Pacific, so people know.
10 p.m. Pacific. Yeah.
Also, yeah, when you messaged me and asked me what time the Klan rally was, and I was like, oh, it's about an hour, because I didn't want to have to do the math at what time it was your time.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's fine. I figured it out. We figured it out.
Because I always have to do the math. I have to do the math based on Eastern time. Even though I'm not in Eastern time, but that's what I do all my shit on. It's confusing as hell. So what? Final thoughts here.
It went about as the way I figured it would. More about him, more about the election, more about how he's just being persecuted and the cheating and the ballots and the blah, 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 blah. I don't know if that's going to sway anybody one way or the other. I just think it is going to be what it is. And he did say fill out, absentee ballot stuff. That was kind of unexpected, but I mean, other than that, with the amount of time that he spent on the candidates versus himself, that was pretty much on exactly what I thought it was going to be.
Well, now they stressed that to him, I'm sure, about the filling out the ballots, because what they needed was those little sound bites. It's not the fact that he didn't talk about them all the whole time. They just need the little sound bites of him to be able to play in their commercials and shit. And to get a shot of them on stage with him. I can't believe I was joking when I said that he was going to do the Martha McSally thing and only give him 30 seconds. But that's exactly what he did. I'm not going to rate anybody because after we finish up here, I'm going to do my best of show. So you've got 3 hours of the Troll Patrol Best of the Week coming up after this. The Winch, thank you for coming in. The Media Winch from Echoplex Media. Go follow my friends at Echoplex Media. EchoplexMedia.com. Check them out on the Twitch. Their channel is fantastic. You'll see me over there. I love the content you guys do. It's a little more conspiracy oriented, a little more derp, as you like to call it. And you've got your makeup show. Talk about that.
Oh yeah, Monday. Since you didn't go over the whole Trump Facebook video thing, I do have that. I have the whole hearing or whatever you want to call it that had the crazy Valley Girl drunk lady on it. I have that too. And then whatever Adrian Curry's first video of the week is that she does Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I think, her videos. So I'll have a brand new fresh one. And then I'll race her doing my makeup, and then we will watch all the rest of the shit.
That, you talked about that Valley Girl hearing. I watched, I think it was the Damage Report on TYT, and they played clips that I didn't play. I'm like, shit, there was more to it. There was more derp in there. Holy
I
fuck.
have the whole last thing.
Have you watched it yet? Or are you saving it for the stream?
I want to wait. Hold on to it. Wait.
If you don't know what we're talking about, you can see the clips in the Best of show or on my YouTube channel. Winch, thank you for joining me. It was a pleasure, as always.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we will talk to you later. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to flip over to the Best of. Stick with me. 3 hours, the best clips of the Troll Patrol from the week. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin Freakin. Stay tuned for the best of, but if not, I will see you Monday on a new live Troll Patrol.
This is the Troll Patrol
Best of
with Justin Freakin.
This is the Troll Patrol, not live. This is the best of the week. Check out the best clips from the show throughout the week. Check out the live show every weekday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Here we go. We're going to start off tonight by talking about some breaking news in just the last couple of hours. I mentioned the DOJ. Multiple things have come out from the DOJ today, but the biggest one here is it would seem that the DOJ is investigating a potential White House bribery for pardon scheme. This doesn't shock me in any way, shape, or form, especially because when I saw this story, I already had this story from earlier in the day on the docket for the show. That's the wrong one. Shit. Hold on. Rudy Giuliani discussed getting a preemptive pardon from Trump before the president leaves the White House, according to a report. The discussions detailed by the New York Times come as Giuliani leads a last-ditch effort by Trump's campaign to reverse President-elect Joe Biden's projected win in the Electoral College. Now, Giuliani has said that this is not true. But this doesn't surprise me in any way, shape, or form. And it's also interesting that this story came out just hours after that report that the DOJ is investigating. Let's look at some of the details here. Federal investigators are looking into a potential bribery for pardon scheme involving presidential pardons, according to federal court documents unsealed by the chief judge for the federal court in Washington, D.C. The heavily... Now, I hadn't read this story, so I didn't know that, like, this is from unsealed court documents. When I saw the headline broke just, like, an hour ago. 5:59 p.m. on Central Time, so that was about an hour and some change ago. I didn't realize that this was from unsealed court documents. I figured this was a statement. Bill Barr made a lot of news today. We're going to talk about that here in a second. I thought this was another statement by Barr to possibly take some heat off of him. But this is interesting because if it's from unsealed court documents, that means they've been working on this case for a little bit. The heavily redacted documents revealed Tuesday do not name individuals involved or President Donald Trump. They also do not indicate if any White House officials had knowledge of the scheme. The opinion, entered by Chief Judge Beryl A. Howell on August 28th, is tied to an ongoing investigation that may involve at least two individuals who acted as lobbyists to senior White House officials without complying with the registration requirement of the Lobbying Disclosure Act to secure a pardon or reprieve of sentence. The investigation also involves an alleged offer by another individual to offer a substantial political contribution in exchange for a presidential pardon or reprieve of sentence. This political strategy to obtain a presidential pardon was parallel to and distinct from one individual's role as an attorney advocate for another individual, the ruling said, redacting both names. The White House has declined to comment. None of this surprises me, and as I've been saying on the show for weeks, Trump is going to pardon himself, or attempt to pardon himself. It's going to be interesting if he decides to try to pardon himself without stepping down, resigning, making Pence president, letting him do it. Then it's going to get challenged. We've never had this happen before. Whether a president can pardon himself would be a matter that would have to be taken up, probably go all the way to the Supreme Court. And clearly Trump has packed the Supreme Court in his favor. So what happens with that is anyone's guess. I mean, in olden times, before the courts had been packed by McConnell and Trump, I would have guessed that the court would laugh the idea that the president could pardon himself just out of the courtroom. Much like all the cases that Trump keeps bringing about election fraud that keep getting laughed out of the courtroom. However, now with Amy COVID Barrett, as some people have been calling her on Twitter, on the Supreme Court, because I would have guessed before Roberts would not rule in favor of a president being able to pardon himself. But now Roberts doesn't even really matter. Now, I would say the most likely scenario would be that the federal courts would rule no, and the Supreme Court would decline to take the case. Because I kind of don't see Trump resigning. Now, there has been talk of whether he could temporarily step down, like an emergency order, like Bush did for Cheney when Bush was under anesthesia. I could see that happening, possibly. So, it's going to be an interesting couple of months. Now, Barr made some other news today by issuing a statement. It says there is no evidence of fraud that would change election outcome. Now, there has been evidence of fraud. We've seen it. A couple of different cases of people trying to vote for Trump multiple times. We even played a video. Now, that was from the 2016 election. We played a video of a woman who said, yeah, I voted for Trump twice. So, Barr's comments in an interview with the Associated Press contradict the concerted effort by Trump, his boss, to subvert the results of last month's voting and block President-elect Joe Biden from taking his place in the White House. That's also a good question. Can he pardon himself if he's not under federal indictment? Can he just issue a blanket pardon? Now, there are several people on right-wing media that are calling for him to issue a blanket pardon. Now, he is an unindicted co-conspirator in the Michael Cohen case. So there could very well be a federal indictment sitting there waiting on him that will be unsealed. Yeah, they are incredibly stupid. I can't remember who it was now. I think Sean Hannity on his show was claiming that he needs to issue a blanket pardon for him and his entire family. Because let's face it, they're all knee-deep in scandal. And this... Man, some right-wing friend I had posted that Biden was the most corrupt politician in history. I'm like, have you seen Trump? What? I mean, Jesus Christ. But now, on the back of... Oh, before we do this, I do have the White House statement, or the Trump campaign statement, I should say, about Barr's comments on voter fraud. So, statement of Trump legal team on Bill Barr's comments on voter fraud. They don't even call him William Barr. What the fuck? And this is Rudy Giuliani, by the way, saying this. I already skipped down that. Yeah, this is from the mouth of Rudy Giuliani.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
Yes, Rudy. With all due respect to the Attorney General, there hasn't been any semblance of a Department of Justice investigation. There hasn't been any semblance of evidence provided by the Trump campaign that there was fraud. God damn. You can't just investigate something if you don't, you're like, oh, we're just supposed to go and like investigate all the ballots because Trump is throwing a fucking hissy fit? Jesus. We have gathered ample evidence of illegal voting in at least 6 states. They have not. It's a complete and total lie. They have a bunch of affidavits. We watched the video last night of this woman who was a poll worker who said there was something fishy about the box that was brought in. That's the kind of evidence that he's talking about. We have many witnesses swearing under oath they saw crimes being committed in connection with voter fraud. That's weird that the legal team has not presented any evidence of such to the courts. As far as we know, not a single one has been interviewed by the DOJ. The Justice Department also hasn't audited any voting machines or used their subpoena powers to determine the truth. Nonetheless, we will continue our pursuit of the truth through the judicial system and state legislators. Now that's key there. They are really attempting to get state legislators in Michigan and Pennsylvania to disregard the election results and flip the electors for Trump. And like what they're calling for in Georgia, just to throw out votes in districts they don't like, is absurd. We read the judge's ruling. That's not a remedy you can ask for. That's not how the Constitution works, was his exact quote. Again, with the greatest respect to the Attorney General, his opinion appears to be without any knowledge or investigation of the substantial irregularities and evidence of systematic fraud. Rudy is a dumb fuck. But now, later in the day, after Barr issued his statement to the Associated Press, it turns out that he has named John Durham as a special counsel. This is to be able to continue this Russiagate investigation once the Biden administration takes office. An inquiry by U.S. Attorney John Durham into whether federal investigators who probe President Trump's 2016 campaign acted legally will be insulated from the next administration. This is just part of their concerted effort. They're trying to, in key roles within the government, they're trying to bury people into these roles that Biden won't be able to fire. It would seem that Democrats in the House are trying to compile lists of who these people are. I mean, like, it's astounding what they're trying to get away with. Attorney General William Barr told Congress on Tuesday, revealing that he named Durham as special counsel for the Trump-backed probe 2 months ago. As special counsel, Durham will report directly to the next Attorney General, who can only fire him with good cause, according to the Justice Department regulations. Robert Mueller earned the same protection during his Russian election interference probe, but now, I seem to recall Trump wanting to fire Mueller multiple times and said he had the power to. Barr chose to give Durham the special counsel designation in October. They knew Trump was going to lose, telling the Associated Press it would allow Durham's 18-month probe to continue regardless of the election outcome. But he informed members of the House and Senate Judiciary Committees that he held off on notifying them until after Election Day in the public interest. This is absurd. He has the power to look into Mueller's probe and Crossfire Hurricane, a separate 2016 FBI investigation into the Trump campaign, according to his notification to Congress. But Barr told the AP that Durham is focusing on Crossfire Hurricane. Now that's what they call Russiagate. Anytime you hear commentators on The Hill or Fox News talking about Russiagate, they're talking about illegally spying on the Trump campaign. Multiple investigations have found, no, they were not illegally spied on. Seems sketchy. I'm actually amazed that he didn't come out and say it before the election. Because you would have thought that would have helped Trump's chances. To try, because a lot of what they did in 2020 was try to recreate the conditions of 2016. And him coming out and saying that would have been a lot like the Comey letter. When Comey testified that Hillary was still under investigation because of emails they found on Anthony Weiner's laptop. Laura Ingraham on Fox News. Somehow a video from Newsmax features Laura Ingraham from Fox News.
Democrats and their media poodles have repeatedly claimed there is zero evidence of voter fraud in Georgia, but this is false. As we showed you earlier, Georgia's state Senate hearing today was full of extremely credible witness offering eyewitness and eye-opening testimony that completely disproves Trump's narrative. Now, credible witnesses,
like the woman we watched last night who was insanely drunk. That was in Michigan, though.
Yet, regardless of what happens in that case, President Trump is 100% all in for getting Senators Perdue and Loeffler reelected on January.
Now, apparently that's what he's going down there to rally about tomorrow.
Work in Georgia
I can't imagine that the rally isn't just going to be me. I got robbed.
Calling on Georgia Governor Brian Kemp to do more to safeguard the upcoming election. So will he? Governor Brian Kemp joins us now. Governor, I want to begin with what Senator Lindsey Graham said on Fox News last night.
Senator Lindsey Graham, who investigators have asked
I'm begging the governor to call the
to be looked into for his election interference.
When it comes to verifying signatures on mail-in ballots, that is done bipartisan, not a single individual in a county office that may have an agenda that's partisan. That's a simple fix.
Also, I really like this guy. We watched the other press conference.
A lot of fraud.
With the election official
Look like that. Would it be a
who said that it has to stop, was very adamant.
To stop socialism, Pelosi, AOC, and everybody else. And I'm really glad to be here with you to try to help my friends David Perdue and Senator Loeffler. You know, I called early on for a signal.
Both of which are embroiled in scandals about insider trading. When you hear socialism from a right-winger, what they mean is not letting us get away with our corporate theft. That's what they mean when they say socialism.
And the Constitution would have to order that. He has not done that. I think it should be done. I think, especially with what we saw today, it raises more questions. There needs to be transparency on that. I would again call for that, and I think in the...
Excellent question, and I don't think Trump is going to go down there for any other reason other than to keep raising the temperature, keep feeding his followers what they want to hear. I'm amazed that he's holding this rally, and Republicans are letting him hold this rally, because I do not think... What's up, Ninja? I do not think it will be anything other than a rally about how much of a victim he is. I do not think he will do anything to help Perdue or Loeffler at this point. That's one of the reasons why I'm very interested to watch the rally tomorrow. No. I don't. But I mean, surely, I don't know who's in his ear anymore. It seems like he's operating alone with Barr coming out. I'm assuming that Barr had some kind of meeting with Mitch McConnell. The actual establishment Republicans are off the bandwagon now. They're all jumping off the sinking ship. I wonder if Loeffler or Perdue asked him to come to the rally and come and do the rally in Georgia. Exactly. We played the video of the election official. It was like, it has to stop. So I'm not sure what's going to happen. That's one of the reasons why I'm going to stream his rally tomorrow night, because it's going to be interesting what he has to say. I do not think for a second that it will be anything helpful to Perdue or Loeffler. If anything, he'll probably be a detriment to them. We've seen in Arizona when he brought Martha McSally on the stage. It was like he was putting her down. So I don't see how Trump is going to be of help to them. It's going to be interesting to see if Perdue and Loeffler are there with him at that rally and how he treats them. Because just like the most important speech he's ever given the other night, it's just all going to be about him. Now, I wanted to play this video because they were talking about the smoking gun in Georgia. Georgia Governor Kemp urges signature audit after smoking gun video emerges. I thought they would play the video, but hey, I have the video right here. Let's play it. Also from Newsmax, a totally reputable source.
At about 8 o'clock in the morning, we're going to roll this back and show it to you. There you go. So now they're going to start pulling these ballots out from under this table. This table, the black one, was placed there by the lady with the blonde braids at about 8:22 a.m. in the morning. So she put that table there.
This is the smoking
Who's
gun.
staying behind now? The same person who cleared the place out under the pretense that we're going to stop counting.
This is what's going to convince us that there's
there's
all kinds of voter fraud going on.
Yeah, I saw 4 suitcases come out from underneath the table. Yeah, upper right hand, you see the gentleman in the red. So he just pulled one out.
Yeah, my first thought on this was that they weren't even ballots, that they were just equipment or something they were pulling out.
From all the other ballots. And why are they only counting them whenever the place is cleared out with no witnesses? Is the question.
Apparently there are, 4 suitcases?
So these machines can process about 3,000 ballots an hour. You have multiple machines there, and they're there for 2 hours. So you do the math. How many ballots went through those machines in those 2 hours when there was no one there to supervise, to be present, consistent with your statutes and rules, to supervise the tabulation?
That claim, no one there to supervise. Keep that in mind.
Probably is certainly beyond the margin of victory in this race.
So, after a little digging, because my first thought process was just like I think it was in Michigan, where the guy had the wagon, and they said it was wagons of ballots. And it turned out it absolutely wasn't ballots, it was camera equipment, and it was a news crew. But this guy, Stephen Fowler, who covers Georgia elections, that's literally his name on Twitter. See that guy in the blue jacket? In some of the camera screens in this video, that's an official monitor from the Secretary of State's office who was there watching the vote counting. Just like the Secretary of State and Fulton County had already said. Some partisan monitors left. This was the middle of the night. I don't know if they were live streamed, but I mean, if you're going to try to commit election fraud, are you going to do it when you know there's cameras everywhere? It just makes no sense. But the people that left were apparently the partisan monitors. But it was not unsupervised. Oh, that's OAN. Like, I'm sure it was on one of their live shows. Like, this is the Troll Patrol live, but I'm playing you footage. I need to check in with some InfoWars. Bryson Gray, God Soldier. And you'll donate $50. Well, here's the thing. If it's copyright, I can't do it because I'll get popped and my video will get taken down and I won't get monetized. Alright, you're going to donate $50 if I look up this video. I would assume. You know what? What is it on YouTube? Is that what we're doing? Or you gotta go to Rumble to watch this. MAGA boy, I kind of want to watch this. God Soldier. First one here. 91,000 views, I assume. Hey, if he's going to give me $50, I'll watch his video. But now, no. I'm going to be completely honest on the other side of the video, so, hey. Your call, dude. Go ahead and tell you, man. You're not bad. I like the beat. You got some skill. Let's hear the rest of it. Dude, I do go both ways. And as Living Color sang in the early 90s, everybody loves you when you're by. Not a bad song, though, so far.
First off, you can play both sides. Let me know right now, is it world or is it God? And I'll get persecuted by both sides, but I'll let you know.
No. You've got this hoodie on that says, God is dope. Is that something you can buy on your website? Is that some merchandise? Are you still with me? Let me know. Have you got that hoodie for sale? You don't have the hoodie for sale on your website? Okay.
Now that I want to apologize to the LGBT that they can't control me, cause somebody gotta tell the world the truth. You know what's an abomination?
Who in the world is trying to control you? The LGBT is trying to control you? How? I don't understand. The LGBT movement is about coming out of the closet, not having to hide who they truly are. You know, we're America. It's a land of the free, you know. What's a fact? That the LGBT community is trying to control you? I would say that is far from a fact. Nobody is trying to control you. They want to be able to live their lives in peace. No, they aren't. I'm part of the community. I'm not trying to control you. What the fuck, dude? I'm playing your video. Who's trying to control you? Common, but it's I don't know what you're trying to say. All right. Anyway, I'm digging the beat. You got some skill, bro. Whoa, Leviticus. Is that hoodie you're wearing blended fabric? Do you eat shellfish? Because if you were going to throw out Leviticus, you better be living by Levitical law. Because I will agree, a lot of Christians say that Jesus is a new covenant. But Jesus said he did not come to abolish the law. So Levitical law is still in effect. But I'm guessing that hoodie has a blended fabric, which is just as much of a sin as being gay. So you are a hypocrite, sir. So, marriage is a legal contract. It's about property rights and shit. It has nothing to do with your God. Sorry, bro. Hey, you got your rocks off before you got married, huh? I had plenty of sex before. I've never been married. He's boiling in his own excrement. There better be $50 in my account after I get finished with this. I feel sorry for you, man. You need to go get a nut. Dude, I like it. Good beat. You got talent. The message is shit. Very misguided. But dude, I'm totally down. Great song. You got some fucking talent, dude. I see $3 in my account. You said 50. I thank you for turning me on to it, man. I'll clip this and put it up on YouTube. All right, man. I trust you. I'm assuming a man of God wouldn't bear false witness. So I'm assuming there'll be $50 in my account. And thank you for supporting the cause. Thank you for supporting a heathen like me. The message is complete bullshit. Also, God said not to pass judgment, and that song is very, very judgmental of other people. But in just musically, man, that's a banger, dude. I'll follow you on Spotify, man. So, like, you got talent. I hate that you're using it to further a cause that I think is detrimental. I believe religious people are very, very, they're very bad. I haven't had a good old-fashioned religious argument in a long time. Been doing the politics lately. I assume you're a Trump supporter, right? Revelations 22:20. Behold, I come quickly. Why are you going to leave? Stay for the rest of the show. Well, man, if you're a Trump supporter, ugh. Do you know how many abortions that man is paid for? Do you know how many lies he tells on a daily basis? But hey, I'm sure being a black Trump supporter is very profitable. There's a lot of gullible assholes out there that they can use you to say they're not racist. I'm not making this up either. This may be the most important speech I've ever made, ... So let's check it out.
May be the most important speech I've ever made.
I just said that. Jeez.
I want to provide an update on our ongoing efforts to expose the tremendous voter fraud and irregularities which took place.
He's like 1 in 40 right now in court.
Long November 3rd elections. We used to have what was called Election Day. Now we have election days, weeks and months. And
what up, Winch?
Bad things happened during this ridiculous period of time, especially when you have to prove almost nothing to exercise our greatest privilege, the right to vote. As president, I have no higher duty than to defend the laws.
First of all, I wish it was a right.
That is why
It's not a right. It's not a right currently. We need to make it a right. Cement that thing inside the Constitution so that states have to bend over backwards to make it easier to vote instead of harder. We had the Voting Rights Act at one point in time, but that wasn't enshrined in the Constitution. Pod friend.
To protect our election system, which is now under coordinated assault and siege. For months,
it's under coordinated assault and siege by you.
That we should not declare a premature victory. We were told repeatedly that it would take weeks.
I can't wait to see all the evidence Bill Barr has.
The winner, to count the absentee ballots and to verify the results.
I mean, he came out yesterday and said there is no evidence, so.
Don't campaign. We don't need you. We've got it. This election is done. In fact, they were acting like they already knew what the outcome was going to be. They had it covered, and perhaps they did, very sadly for our country. It was all very, very strange. Within days after the election, we witnessed an orchestrated effort to anoint a winner, even while many key states were still being counted. The constitutional process must be allowed to continue. We are going to defend the honest
best evidence
by ensuring that every legal ballot,
I want to know, what's the chances that Barr is fired within the next week?
illegal ballot is counted.
What do you guys
It's not
think?
just about honoring the votes of 74 million Americans who voted for me. It's about ensuring that
What about the 80 plus million Americans that voted for Biden?
election and in all future elections. Today I will detail some of the shocking irregularities, abuses,
Oh, this should be good.
that have been revealed in recent weeks. But before laying out just a small portion of the evidence we have uncovered, and we have so much evidence,
So much evidence, the best evidence.
balloting scheme that Democrats systematically put into place that allowed voting to be altered, especially in swing states, which they had to.
Please
win.
get back to me.
They just didn't know that it was going to be that tough because we were leading in every swing state by so much.
I mean,
Far greater than they ever thought possible.
the MAGA supporters are already turning on him. We have a video by Lou Dobbs that we're going to play here in just a little bit. So you know that's going to be fun. Lou is always fucking unhinged.
While it has long been understood that the Democrat political machine,
We're not going to make it through this whole video, by the way. It's like 45
from
minutes.
Detroit to Philadelphia to Milwaukee, Atlanta, so many other.
We've got too much stuff to cover in this show.
This year was the Democrat
Like a Hungarian anti-LGBT politician that got caught in a sex orgy. That's going to be fun.
ballots sent to unknown recipients with virtually no safeguards of any kind. This allowed fraud and abuse to occur on a scale never seen before.
I mean, I don't have to point out that mail-in ballots are hard to commit fraud with. There are several states that conduct their elections entirely by mail-in ballots. You have to match the signatures on the other side. A lot of them have these envelopes. You have to put them in and then put them in another envelope and seal that envelope. You're going to go through the whole ass thing? God. I don't know if I can take him talking for 4607. God damn.
The pandemic as a pretext. Democrat politicians and judges drastically changed election procedures just months and in some cases weeks before the election on the 3rd of November. Very rarely were legislatures involved, and constitutionally they had to be involved. But very, very rarely, and you'll see that as we continue to file our suits, it's constitutional.
There's more suits coming?
Incorrect.
How many times are you going to lose?
Many states such as Nevada and California.
By the way, the lawyer I couldn't name yesterday on the show, Jenna Ellis. I followed her on Parler just a few minutes ago, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's that girl's name.
Whether they were dead or alive, they got ballots. Other states such as Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
I'm sure some dead people got ballots. That doesn't mean they voted, you shithead.
Sending absentee ballot request forms to all voters on all rolls. It didn't matter who they were. This colossal expansion of mail-in voting opened the floodgates to massive fraud. It's a widely known fact that the voting rolls
That's not evidence, kiddo. That's allegations.
eligible to vote, including those who are deceased, have moved out of their state, and even are non-citizens of our country.
Now, I've went over this. People that moved out of state, the ballots that he challenged in Arizona turned out to be military families. They weren't living in Arizona because they were stationed somewhere else, but their permanent address was Arizona. And Trump challenged those ballots. When the president says it, it's evidence. And when the president does it, it's not illegal.
country. Beyond this, the record.
He is not a crook.
Wrong addresses, duplicate entries, and many other issues. This is not disputed. It has never been disputed.
I'm disputing you right now, motherfucker.
States have more
Tune into the Troll Patrol. You'll see me dispute it. Come on, Trump.
Voting age citizens.
It'd be awesome if I could get him to call in the way he does like Fox and Friends of a morning.
All of this is evident.
Oh, you know what? We called that pastor last night.
Could not confirm the residency of more
I
than
never got a call back.
100,000 people, but repeatedly refused to remove those names from its voter rolls before the election. They knew why, nobody else did. I knew why. They're illegal voters. It is a travesty that in the year 2020,
His makeup looks better this
have
time.
any means of verifying the eligibility of.
Also, this looks like it's pre-recorded with these camera cuts and shit. That seems odd. Was he not giving this speech live?
Those who cast ballots in an election and such an important.
His hair looks better too. It had gone awfully gray there for a little while.
Whether they live in the state or whether they are even American citizens, we have no idea. We have in all swing states major infractions.
No idea.
Or outright fraud.
No way to verify either.
Votes. Then we need.
It's not like there's a thing, like a whole registration of voters that you could check it against.
Election night. They ultimately had us miraculously losing by 20,000 votes. And I can show you right here that.
Oh, he's going to pull out a chart. Taking his cues from Katie Porter, who we're going to watch a video of here in a little while.
At 3:42.
Big dumps.
There was this. It was a massive dump.
A massive dump.
Mostly Biden. Almost all Biden. And
Yeah, mail-in ballots are probably going to do that
where did it come from?
in an urban
It
center.
went from leading by a lot to losing by a little. And that's right here. That's at 3:42 in the morning. That's Wisconsin. A terrible thing. Terrible, terrible thing. But we will have far more, many times more, than the 20,000.
Who made that graph for him? He doesn't often use visual
in the
aids.
state. If we are right about the fraud,
You're not.
Joe Biden can't be president. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of votes. We're talking about numbers like nobody has ever seen before. Just as an example, in certain states, we'll be down by, let's say, 7,000 votes. But we'll find later on 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 discrepancies.
He's just pulling this all out of his ass.
And
Speaking
that
of massive dumps.
went through when they were not allowed to be seen by Republican poll watchers because the poll
That's not
watchers
true.
were locked out of the building. Or people that innocently came.
I'll try to refrain from correcting him as we go along because we'll be here all fucking night.
About their vote. They were happy. They were proud to be citizens of the United States of America. And they went up and they said, I'd like to vote. And they were told that they can't vote. I'm sorry, they were told. I'm sorry. You've already voted by mail-in ballot. Congratulations. We received a ballot, so you can no longer vote. They didn't know what to do. They had no one to complain to.
If something was to happen, they do have someone to complain to. There's election fraud hotlines. There are administrators at the polls.
Many people complained and complained.
And if something like that were to happen, you ask for a provisional ballot.
And in a lot of cases, they filled out a provisional ballot, which was almost never used, but in virtually every case was a vote for Trump. In other words, they went in to vote, and they were told that they voted. And they didn't vote. And they left, and they felt horror.
Horror.
They lost respect for our system. And this happened tens of thousands of times all over the country.
Now this is just doing more to drive a wedge into the Republican Party.
Not even knowing if these people were going to show up. And when they did show up,
And help disenfranchise the voters that they're going to need to hold the Senate come January 5th in Georgia.
that's very suspect.
So keep it up, Trump. I'm rooting you on.
With the turn of a dial or the change of a chip, you could.
And I wonder how much of this speech
vote goes to Biden.
is a result of yesterday's announcement by William Barr.
Have to go to paper. Maybe it takes longer. But the only secure system is paper.
I'm down with that. Let's go to paper ballots.
That nobody understands, including, in many cases, the people that run them. Although, unfortunately, I think they understand them far too well. In one Michigan county, as an example, that used Dominion systems, they found that nearly 6,000 votes had been wrongly switched from Trump to Biden. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is what we caught. How many didn't we catch?
How many times has he told porn stars that just the tip?
Are there thousands? We just got.
But as I understand it, there's not much past the tip.
But we found numerous glitches that evening. 96% of the company's political donations went to Democrats, not surprisingly. And frankly, when you look at who's running the company, who's in charge, who owns it, which
Just the tip is all he has.
where are the votes counted, which we think are counted in foreign countries, not in the United States. Dominion is a disaster. Election authorities in Texas.
You are a disaster.
Deployment of Dominion systems due to concerns about security vulnerabilities and the potential for errors and outright fraud. Every district that uses Dominion
God, we're only 11 minutes into this. Yeah, I'm not going to make it 45 minutes.
and carefully investigated, but not only for the future.
Is this all he's going to talk about?
We're worried about the
We have a national crisis going on right now, and this motherfucker is giving a speech from the White House about how he's been wronged.
State House in the United States, which they weren't expected to do. We went up to 16 seats illegally in the swing states alone.
Oh, we skipped ahead 7 minutes.
The results
Still talking about the election.
swing states must be overturned and overturned immediately. Some people say that's
Only in the swing states.
too harsh. Well, does that mean we take a president?
Now the Bill Barr thing yesterday, that's been him meeting with, the Republicans, Mitch McConnell, people that actually wield power in the Republican Party, and saying, yep, we're done. Trump is no longer useful to us.
But they don't want to talk about it.
So I'm assuming that Trump is completely on his own right now.
A total catastrophe. But we're going to show it, and hopefully the court.
Skip ahead to 25 minutes. What's he talking about?
Not all have been beaten down and disparaged. They just disappeared. Nobody knows what happened to them. Why aren't they active? Why aren't they involved? There's so much to be involved in. The corruption is so rampant. They just couldn't take it anymore. They were threatened by Democrats with impeachment, and horrible things were said about them, and they're good people. Even recently, the head of the GSA was hounded and harassed.
Because she wasn't doing her job. This entire speech is going to be about
Been before.
how wrong he's been in the
What
election.
can I say? We caught Comey cold. We caught McCabe cold. We caught them all. We're still waiting for a report from a man named Durham, who I have never spoken to and I have never met. They can go after me before the election as much as they want. But unfortunately,
This is a man who is incredibly scared of what is getting ready to happen to him once he leaves office. We're going to talk about some of those things here in just a little bit.
so who knows if he is ever going to even do a report. But if you look at the lies and the leak,
All right, 30 minutes in. What's he talking about?
we should ask for it. Can you believe this? These are not the actions of people who want fair elections. These are the actions of people who want to...
The coronavirus is raging all across the country. This motherfucker gave a 45-minute press conference speech. It wasn't a press conference. Also, I believe this is totally pre-recorded.
Is you are trying to encourage, enable...
About how everybody is out to get him.
It is important for Americans to understand that these destructive changes to our election laws were not a necessary response to the pandemic. The pandemic simply gave the Democrats an excuse to do what they...
Son, you don't know shit about necessary responses to a pandemic. You dropped the ball. Let's go about 35 minutes in.
...this status, and register they did in levels that don't exist. In Wisconsin, there are approximately 7...
And this is just all shit that he's heard on OAN, Newsmax, and to an extent Fox.
In Georgia, 9 observers have testified to seeing countless irregular ballots without the creases or typical markings indicating that the ballots did not arrive in...
We played that video that was on OAN, that woman, talking about how the ballot looked weird and shit. That's what he's quoting, some nut job poll worker that OAN went and found, talking like, oh, this box didn't look right. We watched 10 minutes of that video. No proof. Just the ballots didn't look right to me. 40 minutes in.
State law. You're not allowed to do that. It has to be approved by the legislature. A judge can't do it. A state can't do it. An official can't do it. The only one that can do it is the legislature.
Yes, we can.
This is clear. They were not verifying signatures because they know the ballots have not been filled out by the voters in whose names they were cast. In other words, people filled them out that had nothing to do with the names on the ballot. A simple recount of the ballots under these circumstances only compounds the fraud. The only way to...
We've had 2 recounts and an audit in Georgia.
Conduct a full review of the envelopes in the relevant states. You will find that many of them, tens of thousands, have fraudulent signatures. A full forensic audit is required to ensure that only legal ballots from lawfully registered voters that were properly cast are included in the final count. This election is about great voter fraud.
This election has been about your desperation to hold on to power, to prevent investigations into you and your crooked-ass family.
Ballots that poured in, and nobody but a few knew where they came from, but they were counted, and they weren't for me. It's about big leads on election night, tremendous leads, leads where I was being congratulated.
His bald spot is bigger than mine. Maybe I should look into doing the Trump come over so I don't have to wear a bandana anymore. I'm actually amazed at how good it looks. It wasn't looking very good the other day. I think hairdressers were afraid to get around him.
For a decisive, easy victory. And all of a sudden, by morning or a
I
couple of
might.
days later, those leads
Aw.
rapidly evaporated. It's about numbers of ballots that...
This is the same thing he was talking about 25 minutes ago in this speech.
It's about machinery that was defective. Machinery that was stopped during certain parts of the evening, miraculously to open with more votes. It was about...
The most important speech he's ever given has been nothing but a retread of conspiracy theories from OAN and Newsmax.
I don't mind if I lose an election, but I want to lose an election fair and square.
It's like he just went through all my Q supporting friends on Facebook and took all their posts, and he's just reading them one by one.
We have no choice to be doing that. We already have the proof. We already have the evidence, and it's very clear.
Parler wrote this speech for him.
And even judges so far have refused to accept it. They know it's true. They know it's there. They know who won the election.
Judges he has appointed have laughed him out of court.
Our country needs somebody to say you're right. Ultimately, I am prepared to accept any accurate election result. And I hope...
Obviously not.
...as well. But we already have the proof. We already have tens of thousands of ballots.
It is a month later.
To overturn...
Tomorrow will be a month exactly since Election Day. All he has done is complain and whine like a gigantic man baby.
Every reasonable American should be able to agree, based on what we have already documented, that we need a systematic analysis of the mail-in ballots to review the envelopes.
I don't agree.
It's about the signature.
But I guess I'm not a reasonable American.
We can only review the envelopes. And that
because I'm not a Trump sycophant.
This is the absolute minimum we should expect. This is not just about my campaign, although it has a lot to do with who's going to be.
It is absolutely all about you.
It's about restoring faith.
That's why you're wrecking the Republican Party, especially in Georgia,
and the sacred rights that
to try to get what you want. You don't care about the Republican Party. You don't care about the country.
Nothing is more urgent or more important. The only ballots that should count in this election.
Nothing is more urgent or more important. Are we up to 260,000 deaths yet from coronavirus? We're on the precipice. 2,400 plus people died yesterday from coronavirus. But this asshole makes a speech about how nothing is more urgent than his subversion of our democracy. Here we go. This is Lynn Wood. By the way, if you look up Lynn Wood's clients,
represent me when I filed a lawsuit now pending.
If you look up Lynn Wood's clients, it's obvious that he only represents guilty people. John and Patsy Ramsey, Gary Condit. That's the sort of people that Lynn Wood represents. Herman Cain was one of his clients. And Herman Cain's sexual harassment lawsuit that sunk his presidential aspirations.
In the 11th Circuit. He's also representing the President of the United States in a lawsuit to be filed in Georgia. Ray Smith. Come up, Ray.
We don't want to hear Ray Smith. What the fuck?
Called upon the black Americans to take action.
Let's get to Sidney Powell.
On which this extraordinary
high-profile trash.
Founded. Those are the values, American values. God.
I feel sorry for this poor woman.
Are the values we must return to.
Once a respected U.S. attorney. Now even the Trump team is distancing themselves from her.
We will not allow ourselves to continue to be influenced by flat-out communism, socialism, any of the dark forces that have...
Now, perhaps she's deep state or some shit. Look at that jacket she's wearing. Q-Aid. It looks like a fucking communist military jacket.
Come to impose their will on so many of us.
They're trying to impose their will on us.
Now is the time for every patriot in this country.
Yeah, I've seen him before. I need to look up his shit because apparently he's pretty entertaining.
Counted. Every person serving in any public office, whether it be local, county, state, or federal, works for you. You pay them, and you're supposed to be able to elect them with your lawful and rightful votes.
And Trump lost.
there was and is still massive voter fraud across this country. It took all forms. It was not just the Dominion machines. We have experts and a witness who have explained to us that the fraud exists in the DNA of all the software that was run by any voting system in the country. So they all are at
Who was your expert? The blonde woman from the hearing we just watched?
I think we will eventually find that the algorithm that flipped votes at a certain percentage from Trump to Mr. Biden was run all across the country. There might be a few areas that
I was thinking that as well. I don't think she knows what an algorithm is either.
And then we have the extraordinary evidence of inexplicable spikes. I mean, hundreds of thousands of spikes in votes.
Like the blonde woman from the hearing we just watched is probably her expert.
Sometimes at a rate of 90% for Biden and 10% for Trump. We all know that defies reality.
Now, I believe it was the Young Turks that was talking about how, like, she's a divorcee. She may, like, I don't know if she has kids or not. Like, she probably doesn't have anything else going on in her life. And I can tell you, you know, if you go out in front of a crowd and they cheer you on, that's a hell of a fucking drug. That's better than any other drug I've ever done. So, it's very possible that she is just drunk on her own bullshit. And that not only is it profitable, I'd say her book sales, she wrote 2 books. Both of them are conspiracy theories about deep state shit. I'd say her book sales have gone exponentially up. And she's enjoying hearing crowds cheer for her. So it's just going to compound this. The battier she gets, the more people cheer her. So she keeps getting more and more batty.
You can't flip a coin 300,000 times and have it always land on heads. There are lots
Weird
of people
analogy.
That got cheated. And it went, even local races. Yeah. Lots of congressional seats, Senate seats.
So she's saying that the Democrats actually
I agree.
won.
There should not be a runoff, certainly not on Dominion machines.
Now this is what I'm interested in. She is in Georgia, where we have the 2 Senate races on January the 5th. Keep it up, Sidney Powell. I am all for this. Please tell people that their votes don't matter. Honestly. Very good point, Tom.
I think I would encourage all Georgians to make it known that you will not vote at all until your vote is secure.
Do it! Do it! Do it!
And I mean that regardless of party. We can't live in a republic, a free republic, unless we know our votes are legal and secure. So
don't vote in Georgia, Republicans.
And we probably must go back to paper ballots.
Yes. Now I know you said this guy looks like Sammy Davis Jr., but what was the lawyer from Seinfeld? Did I tell you put on the bomb? Why'd you put on the bomb? Jackie Childs. That was the character's name from Seinfeld. Is this guy a lawyer? I don't even know who he is. I didn't even know about him until I was watching a video. It was on Dave's stream over on Echoplex. And that's the first time I was exposed to him. He knew who he was, though. Apparently, he's pretty wacky.
That are signed and have your thumbprint on them.
16 Tones, I believe they are proposing, I don't think it's for the runoff, but I think the Georgia legislator proposed some rule changes for the next election. I didn't get a chance to read that story earlier, but I think they are trying to change some of the rules.
And we certainly should be able to find a system that can count them, even if it has to be done by hand.
I mean, hey, I'm all for that, but now keep in mind what she just said. Apparently, she is part of the deep state and working on behalf of the Democrats, which if she is, like, cool, I'm down with that. Because Roger Stone says the opposite.
Psychopaths at the Daily Beast and then Salon report that a moribund super political action committee that I was affiliated in 2016, the Committee for American Sovereignty, is the sponsor of a website in Georgia urging Republican and conservative voters.
I don't know what their end game is with that. As I think it's more of personal enrichment, as I said, with her books, and that she's feeding off the crowd. Tell the people what they want to hear, and then they cheer for you. I don't think that she is actually working on behalf of the Trump team or the Republicans in any coherent way. I think it's all about personal gain for her, if I had to guess.
Daily Beast and then Salon report
fucking Roger
that a
Stone.
moribund super political action committee that I was affiliated in 2016, the Committee for American Sovereignty, is the sponsor of a website in Georgia urging Republican and conservative voters to write in the name of Donald Trump instead of that of the two U.S. Senate candidates, Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue, running in the runoff.
This is an evil man right here, but he ain't dumb. He ain't dumb at all. This is a very smart evil man.
This is a classic Democrat dirty trick. They are suppressing the vote, or more precisely, trying to siphon votes away from the Republican candidates.
Now, do you think Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell and all the people that were on that stage are Democratic plants? And this is the thing. I was watching a stream on Echoplex, and they were doing the Cope cringe, and they were showing one of the first MAGA rallies in Georgia, and that was the first time I saw one of them hold up a sign that said Primary Kemp. And I went, whoa, Primary Kemp. This was right after the election. Like, well, Kemp is a hardcore Republican. What are they talking about? Primary Kemp. That's when I realized, holy shit, they're splitting the party. Yes, it was Republicans that made the suggestion. But I mean, everybody is deep state if you don't toe the Trump line. Bill Barr is now an actor of the deep state Democrats. And apparently it is going around in the White House that Barr may very well be fired in the next week or two. That was one of the things that we talked about last night on the show. Will Bill Barr get fired now that he came out and said that there was no fraud in the election, or no evidence of fraud large enough to sway the election towards Trump? They literally go out of their way, especially in Georgia, especially Brian Kemp when he was Secretary of State. Purge the voter rolls in Georgia after the Voting Rights Act was struck down in the Supreme Court. Several southern states went on a purge of voters. That's when they did the ID laws. They are masters of voter suppression, and they're the ones committing fraud. Stay tuned for the video we have next.
The committee that I was affiliated with has been inactive since 2016, and no one I know has any knowledge whatsoever of the posting of the site. And here's the kicker. When you trace the domain, it's owned by somebody who has the address of the business office of Vice. Busted.
Of Vice. Holy shit. I would assume if the address thing is true, Vice just has an office somewhere. a bureau where they keep a couple of reporters, and that it's a gigantic office building that rents out all kinds of space. But hey, that's the stone cold truth, according to Roger Stone. So news broke a couple of days ago that Joe Biden had asked Dr. Fauci to stay on and be the chief medical advisor.
President-elect Joe Biden said in an interview yesterday.
This was Fauci's response on Today This Morning.
To wear a mask for 100 days. He said just 100 days, not forever. Is that enough, or do you feel like that might put an artificial time limit on how long people may need to be wearing masks?
No, he didn't mean it that way. I spoke to him about that. What he wants, he just wants to get, and it's a good idea, uniform. He's saying, hey, folks, trust me, everybody for 100 days. Now, it might be that after that, we still are going to need it, but he just wants it, everybody for a commitment for 100 days. And I discussed that with him, and I told him I thought that was a good idea.
He also said when he spoke to you, he asked you to continue in your role, which you've had under 6 presidents, but also to serve as his chief medical advisor. Will you do that? Did you say yes?
Oh, absolutely. I said yes right on the spot. Yeah.
That's encouraging. What's not encouraging is this story I saw. Officials aren't sure exactly what's driving the COVID-19 surge. I wonder what could possibly be driving the surge. Lack of federal leadership? Providing money to people so that they're able to stay home if they can? Mask mandates? I wonder what could be driving the surge? Since COVID-19 cases began to rise in late October, they've been rising steadily for months before late October. Small gatherings were quickly pinpointed by state officials in Virginia and across the country as a significant contributor to the spread of the virus. And they're rising right now because people are gathering and they're not wearing masks. 3 days later, he reinforced the message to Governor Northam. Instituted a midnight curfew for restaurants and a ban on gatherings of more than 25 people. I mean, there's a lot of contributing factors. The fact that the weather started getting colder. People started being indoors more. You had the expiration of unemployment benefits. People had to go back to work in the middle of October. Everything is just compounding this problem, and we don't have leadership. And unfortunately, the framework of our country, it has to be the Fed to take the reins on this, because there are a lot of things that are unconstitutional that you can't do at the state level. The new mandates were quickly criticized by some of the administration's political opponents, especially when it came to the limit on gathering sizes. And that's why I hate that it's an attack on your liberty. Like this delegate Todd Gilbert here, incredibly disappointed to see the governor announce drastic, new, and confusing. Now, I will agree with him on confusing COVID restrictions, because it's like you've got to do a balancing act. You've got to try to give the people the ability to go out and earn a living, because the federal government isn't providing people with the money. I feel sorry for restaurants, bars, live event venues that are going under. I honestly do. But I also feel sorry for the 3,000 plus people that died yesterday. Halloween was a factor. this has all been a disaster. And we're not anywhere near close to help. There is no light at the end of the tunnel right now. And then you have this nurse in Tennessee. This is heartbreaking.
Access to information.
Channel 5 Chief Investigative Reporter Phil Williams continues our coverage. Phil.
Well, guys,
what up, Phil?
Continue to track the numbers. Every day almost brings a new record for hospitalizations. But a lot of people just don't seem to be swayed by the numbers. That's why one Tennessee nurse wants you to see the crisis through her eyes.
Okay, so I guess where to start. We started this fight together. We started staying at home, not going out unnecessarily. As a community, I think that everybody did really well. They fought with us.
If you want to see real COVID fatigue, look into the eyes of Nurse Emily Egan.
And now, I guess they're tired of it, I guess.
And that's another thing that is going to make this problem even worse. The strain that we are putting on our healthcare workers. Nurses and doctors aren't going to keep putting their lives on the line. I'm amazed that we haven't seen a nationwide nurse shortage yet, but I'm sure it's coming. And it may very well be localized to different areas that they're begging for medical personnel. There was a story in, I think it was Montana, where they had to have nurses that were diagnosed with COVID but weren't showing symptoms to continue to work because they were short-staffed. And it's just going to get worse.
People are tired of being alone or in their homes and want to get out and be social again. And we understand the importance of mental health, but the fight is getting out of hand.
For the past month, Nurse Egan has worked the COVID ICU at Holston Valley Medical Center in Kingsport. As COVID hospitalizations continue to skyrocket across the state of Tennessee, she has seen the faces behind the numbers.
We're losing more than we're keeping. I put an ungodly amount of people in body bags that I wasn't prepared to do, that I wasn't prepared to give up on a patient, but there was nothing else we could do, and we lost them.
Across Tennessee, hospitals are feeling the strain. Sadly, some days the number of available ICU beds depends on the number of people dying.
There's been days that I have lost 2 patients, did their care and got them moved out to the funeral homes, and had to take 2 right back that were equally as sick. I go home, I carry it home, I cry a lot. I cry a lot.
Nurse Egan says she gets that some people don't like wearing masks, that breathing through them isn't always easy.
But seeing these people die that can't breathe, you know, like it starts to take a toll on you. And you feel so frustrated that they didn't take it serious, you know, like I can't tell you how many patients that we've had that they contracted it at a ball game or at a family affair of some sort, you know, some birthday parties or dinner.
And that's another thing, especially here in the South. I don't know how it is in other areas of the country. They've been all about playing some football, basketball. You look through the comment sections on Facebook, and that's what, oh, my kids don't get to play basketball, man. I'm stunned. The reckless disregard for human life. Yes, in Kingsport, Johnson City, in East Tennessee, they have ordered refrigerated morgue trucks all over Tennessee because Governor Bill Lee has been a gigantic piece of shit. We talked about the lack of federal leadership. But in states like Tennessee and then in Alabama, Governor Kay Ivey, Governor Meemaw they call her, who shouldn't even be governor. She was the lieutenant governor under a governor that got the boot for having a sex scandal. Because, you know, of course, Republicans are involved in sex scandals. Brian Kemp over in Georgia. No leadership from these people. And we did the story, I think it was last night, where health officials are saying like, hey, on the local level, you need to take these matters into your own hands and institute mask mandates. Even if you're not getting any support from the state. And think about it. Think about how many people died on 9/11 and how many billions of dollars we put towards the forever wars that we're stuck in now. And you can't even give people $1,200 to stay the fuck home. It is infuriating.
In her case, she hasn't seen her own grandparents in months because these days, she says, require all of us to be willing to make sacrifices.
I'm giving these patients my all. I've sat with them. I've held their hand as they died because family couldn't be here. And it starts to hurt. And if you could just stop one case by wearing a mask or staying home.
$6 trillion. You are correct.
It would help us so much. Just one case. If everybody did that for one person.
We can't pass a $2 trillion bill that actually helps people and gets this shit under control. But there's no money to be made on it. At least when you go to war, it's a jobs program for the defense contractors that fill your political coffers. It's disgusting. This is a doctor in Oregon. This is another one of these Stop the Steal rallies that happened. A doctor in Oregon talking about COVID and the myths surrounding it. So let's give this a listen.
Nominee for State Attorney General, and we're going to try and find out what really happened in Oregon on the Oregon votes. You know what I mean? It stinks. Something doesn't seem right. You know what
I can tell you what happened. Trump lost. Of course Trump lost Oregon. Jesus.
I mean, it just doesn't feel right. Sometimes you have a
probably.
No, it doesn't feel right. So anyway, who I'm going to introduce next is a doctor, and he's going to.
I riled up a bunch of incels is what I did. Like, notice what they talk about. How much pussy you get? Yeah, come on, dude. Talk about being gay. These are incels. These are dirty-ass motherfuckers that need a bath. They've never had the time of day from a woman before. Or a man. They might be repressed. Oh, yeah, that was the first video we played tonight. That was great. I do encourage you to go back and watch that. And the video of Rudy Giuliani farting. Yeah, I'm sorry you missed that one. That was great. I think we determined that she was drunk, possibly, but holy shit, like the hair flip. Did you sign an affidavit? It was hilarious. All they ever talk about is their feelings. Everything is about their feelings. So, all right, this doctor in Oregon here.
He's going to spend about 3 or 4 minutes talking about the myths real quick.
I think SNL is back this week. If they don't tackle that, I would be surprised. But also, I didn't see that many people playing the clip. But maybe it was on all. Maybe it's on all the talk shows tonight. After it circulated a little bit, because holy shit, that hearing is just off the rails.
COVID, and if we could have the barking dog be quiet so we could hear, that would be awesome. Thank you. Here's the doctor.
Have the barking dog be quiet.
Hello, so glad to see you all here today. My name is Steve LaTulip. I am a practicing physician in Dallas, Oregon right now, 20 minutes down the road. I want to expose what I call coronamania. The COVID virus is from the family Picornaviridae. It's a rapidly...
Over 3,000 people died yesterday from COVID, and that number is just going to keep going up. The next 2 weeks are going to be insane. 3,000 people died. It was like 3,400. Over 3,000 people died yesterday. Also, they're really clinging to the cross. What is up with that? And the crossover between the QAnons and the religious people. I think there's something to that. When you let people believe in nonsense based on faith, especially when it's drilled into them from the time they are children. That's how you get people that believe in stupid shit like QAnon.
Mutating virus, which means that COVID-19 is no more. It has already mutated. Let me share my...
It has mutated.
I am a retired Air Force officer. I flew heavies, I flew fighters, the Phantom, the good old Rhino. I am an ordained minister. I've been to Bible college and to seminary. And
your resume does not impress me, dude.
20+ years.
Makes me think less of you.
I want you to know that I never shut down during the entire COVID season from the time it was declared to now. I hate to tell you this, it might scare you, but I and my staff, none of us once wore a mask in my clinic. And how many
medical malpractice?
Clinic from that? Zero. Absolutely none. I treated approximately 75 cases of COVID. The last time I saw a COVID case was on February 10th of this past year. I've seen nothing this year. I've seen no flu yet this year. And we have been utterly duped. And I want you to know that this is insanity. And the purpose was only to shut down the American people. This is a threat to your freedom, a threat to our Constitution. I petition all of you, please take off the mask of shame. It is a mask that is just designed to control you and to shut you down. The virology of COVID, the diameter of coronavirus is 0.13 diameters. The best N95 standard mask filters down to 0.3 microns. The great...
Don't apply logic to that.
I'm going to put up a chain link fence to block the mosquitoes. This is utter stupidity. It is nothing more than to control you. COVID is nonsense. The virus is real, yes. It's a common cold virus. It's been with us forever. Please don't be duped. You have an immune system. I treated 75 cases. They were all better in a week. Not one of my patients went to the hospital. Not one of them was admitted for coronavirus.
Thank you.
Do not let them put you into...
That's what the mask is, to stop you from spitting everywhere. Your spittle is how it travels. He's a doctor. He should know better. This is medical malpractice. He should have his license revoked. Because listening to people like that... apparently he is some sort of doctor. I didn't... I just had the video. I didn't have the article that went with it. I'm sorry. He runs some sort of clinic, but it's probably, he's a GP or something like that. Has no clue what he's actually talking about. But listening to people like that is the reason why pastor dies of COVID-19. Weeks after his megachurch reopened for indoor service. Bob Bryant of the Water of Life Community Church in Fontana tested positive for the coronavirus in November. developed an aggressive pneumonia in both of his lungs. He then suffered a heart attack. Cough on my phone screen and see how many rainbows show up? That doesn't make sense to me, but I mean, probably makes more sense than anything that dude said. In San Bernardino County, okay. That makes sense. But now, this came out today. Obama, Bush, and Clinton, the living presidents other than Trump, will get on-camera COVID-19 vaccine to boost public confidence. I would rather they get on-camera tried at The Hague, but hey, good on them. Because that might actually do wonders for instilling confidence in people. Especially older people, baby boomers. Oh, wait a minute. That's not... I left off a president. Carter is a living president as well. I wonder why he's not going to join them. I wonder if they ask him to. Or maybe he has some sort of condition where he can't take a vaccine. Carter is incredibly old. The three most recent former presidents have said they want to do their part to address the significant problems of vaccine hesitancy in the U.S. Obama told SiriusXM's Joe Madison that he understands why the African American community in particular would be wary of getting a jab, pointing to the long history of exploitation by medical establishments. Correct. It's a deep state agenda. You make a good point. But as nothing is going to instill confidence in any kind of anti-vaxxer, but there probably are some dumbass baby boomers who are like, oh, Clinton and Bush did it, so it's safe. So good on them, even if it's marginal, even if it's only 1% of the population that listens to them. Good on them. Now, a man who has presidential aspirations gave a press conference today, and he had a little prop with him. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Maybe it's a Christmas present. Who would I give a Christmas present to at this point?
He thinks he's funny.
That's not it. This is a box of vaccines. Pfizer, which is a great New York company, made the vaccine. Pfizer developed the vaccine without any assistance.
Now, tentatively, I've scheduled a guest for tomorrow night. And it's a friend of mine who participated in the vaccine trials. Hopefully she can make it. I want to talk to her about the controversy surrounding people that got the placebo in the trials and whether or not they can get the vaccine before there's like some kind of 2-year waiting period, supposedly. I don't know much about it. But I'm looking forward to talking to her. Hopefully she'll be here tomorrow night. So tune in for that.
From the federal government. They did it all on their own. And we're very proud to call them a New York company. But the vaccine process is a complicated process. And the distribution is going to take a lot of work and a lot of effort. The package itself comes...
And that's one of the reasons why people have been up in arms about not approving the transition to Biden, because it's going to be the Biden administration rolling out the vaccine.
And a thermal monitor.
Yeah, fuck Andrew Cuomo.
Monitors the temperature of the package. You want to
But you know this motherfucker is eyeballing. If it's not, it's probably not going to be Joe Biden running in 2024.
The vaccine is destroyed.
It'll be Kamala Harris.
Wrapped in dry
That means there's probably going to be
ice.
a competitive primary, and I'm sure this motherfucker is eyeballing that primary.
The package, you have to replace the dry ice, and then you have to replace the dry ice every 5 days. Okay? Under the dry
So this is the Pfizer one that has to be stored at extremely cold temperatures. The Moderna vaccine can actually be transported in not as cold temperatures. They can use refrigerated trucks, and it's much easier to administer.
vials in.
But apparently, I was probably talking over it. Apparently, Pfizer is a New York company and is probably a donor to this motherfucker, if I had to guess.
A vial, by the way, the vial.
He had a lot of slip-ups with the nursing homes early on in the pandemic.
Another great New York company. A vial contains enough for 5 dosages. The vial comes with a...
I almost did the story about the vaccine hackers. There have been attacks on vaccine manufacturers.
For the...
I think it was the Moderna one that Dolly supported.
One tray.
I almost did the story about like North Korea trying to hack into the vaccine providers.
195 vials.
Yeah, we want the Dolly one.
Vial, this is a vial, can do 5.
But if I had to guess, Pfizer supports this guy, gives him campaign donations.
So roughly 5,000.
This is the kind of scratch my back, I scratch yours kind of shit that goes on in politics that everybody's sick of.
The storage and handling of the box itself is...
That he's using his platform as a governor to promote a specific company
2 times a day.
under the guise of public health.
60 to 90 seconds each time. Because keeping it the right temperature is very important. So it's either in ultra cold storage or it has dry ice, but then you can only open it twice a day for 60 seconds to 90 seconds each time. When you actually do the vaccine, you take out the vial is frozen. You have to allow the vial to thaw at room temperature for about 30 minutes.
It shouldn't surprise anybody.
Dilute the vial for and let it stand.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
And then you have 6 hours to administer the dosage. Okay? So this is a complicated...
But that would take coordination between the federal government, and we certainly do not have that.
To come back and receive the second dosage about 21 days later. So, the package comes. It either has to be stored in ultra-cold storage or the dry ice is replaced.
Interesting.
Dry ice can keep it. Up to 5,000 dosages. 5 dosages per vial. And then there's a procedure to de-thaw the vial, dilute the dosage, and then administer the dosage.
I saw the story. Mobile morgues all over East Tennessee.
Second dosage is 21 days later, and the person is not, the vaccine really isn't effective.
All right, rapid fire on a few stories here. The White House Coronavirus Task Force tells public health officials to bypass state leaders in a dire warning. Warned states this week that COVID-19 risk nationwide is at historic highs and urged public health officials to appeal to the public directly in the absence of adequate state and local policies like that in Tennessee, where Governor Bill Lee has completely dropped the ball. I saw where Governor Northrup whatever the fuck his name is, blackface governor in Virginia, said he was worried because Tennessee's lax restrictions were causing spikes in Southwest Virginia. "14 deaths just today, god damn." The White House task force said the U.S. is in a very dangerous place due to the current extremely high COVID-19 baseline and limited hospital capacity. The reports note that there are now more than 180,000 daily cases, 90,000 hospitalizations, up sharply since Memorial Day. And yet, we're not even on the post-Thanksgiving surge yet. We're going to start seeing that next week. This was already the trajectory we were on before Thanksgiving. The task force told public health officials they must alert the state population directly if their state and local leaders do not enact policies that reflect the seriousness of the current situation. We can't do localized lockdowns. The feds have to step in and help people with money. Like I'm at a loss. We do need lockdowns. We do need mask mandates. But if the Fed isn't going to step in and pay people to stay home, stop evictions and mortgage foreclosures, I don't know what the answer is. People have to fucking earn a living in this capitalist hellscape we're in. So yes, lockdowns are needed desperately. But I mean, even if the coronavirus bill passes, Mitch McConnell said he's not on board with the $900 billion one. He wants them to accept the $500 billion one. There's no checks for anybody. And the $500 billion one doesn't have extended unemployment benefits. Even if they did do a package that has unemployment benefits, people wouldn't even see that money for 3, 4, 5 weeks. State systems that are overwhelmed. The federal government has to step in. And this is the reason why, I made the wrong decision in 2016. I should have voted for Hillary. Even though, take out of the equation that my state, there's no way that it would have gone Democrat. I feel bad, one, because the Clinton administration would have been way more competent in dealing with this virus, but also Hillary would have been a much better opponent for us lefties. It looks like the stream is having some trouble. Hopefully I'm back now. Did I get what? Did I get a text? I don't think I got a text. I got no text from the county, and I'm on the I'm on whatever the COVID database is. That's a good thing. I mean, I signed up for the thing that reports data back to the health department. I've got that app on my phone, and I encourage everybody, if you're on this stream, go check your local health department. They probably okay. They've probably got a app that you can sign up for that will send you alerts and also gives your data to the health department. Grim news out of North Dakota. 1 in every 800 North Dakota residents are now dead. And this vital information is behind a paywall on Forbes. God damn. Guess I'm out of my articles. Hospitals. stretched beyond reasonable limit as the number of COVID-19 patients reaches 100,000 and reported deaths hit an all-time high. Shut up, Gupta. 3,400 yesterday. Now me, even as sexually charged as I am, I'm not going out and having any wild sex parties anymore. But in New Orleans, 41 people test positive for COVID-19 following a swingers convention at a New Orleans hotel. They are not following the CDC guidelines that say to hold off on eating ass right now. I'm laughing, but it's not a laughing matter at all. Especially because the people that are benefiting the most from this right now are large retailers and corporations. While the frontline workers are barely earning any more, even though they're in incredibly dangerous situations. I would assume a weather service is like the infrastructure, the best infrastructure that a state has to be able to get out alerts. So that makes sense that it would come from a weather service number. Hey, Curiouser, I'm with you. I'm very much on the side of freedom. But like, we've got to police the dumb fucks. Your freedom only goes so far until you're able to hurt another person. The freedom for me to swing my arm ends at it being able to hit your nose. And wearing a mask saves lives. We know this. We've got tons of data now. A study came out from Kansas because they had localized mask mandates. The counties where they had the mask mandates saw fewer deaths, fewer cases, drastically fewer cases. And even like one of the things that I didn't know at the start of this was about the viral load. It's how much of the virus you are able to take in determines how sick you get. I didn't know this. I thought it was like one drop of the virus and you've got it. So masks stop you from getting as sick as you would if you do contract the virus. Yeah, what would it be like even without those mandates? Scary. Fucking scary. We are hitting rock bottom. We are a failed state. It is. I'm trying to be responsible. I can't go to fucking concerts right now. Faith No More announced they're going to be at a festival in summer of 2021. I'm like, I was supposed to see Faith No More this year. Mike Patton, one of my favorite artists of all time. All because we can't get dumb fucks. Because we could have been over this. We could have been over the hump. It didn't have to be this way. You see video from like Taiwan. They're going about their lives. They still socially distance. They wear masks. Let's listen to former Congresswoman Michelle Bachmann and her batshit crazy views.
For this moment in the United States, we seriously, sincerely cry out to you, confessing our personal sins. We confess the sins of our country as proxies. We ask you, oh God, for deliverance, that our country may continue.
religion is a cancer. It's the common denominator with all these people. And ironically, God always seems to have the same position that they personally hold. I don't think that's any coincidence. But go on, Michelle.
You to know freedom. Lord, would you deliver these races in Georgia? Oh, Father. Would you deliver various local and state races, Father, that they aren't stolen? Would you give us a true vote? And oh God, I personally ask from myself, Michelle Bachmann, Lord, would you allow Donald Trump to have a second term as president?
They picked Biden, and Biden is now 7 million votes. Broke the 7 million vote threshold. Apparently, your God doesn't like you very much, Michelle.
Vote. And oh God, I personally ask from myself, Michelle Bachmann, Lord, would you allow Donald Trump to have a second term as president of the United States? For this moment in the United States, we
Crazy-eyed Bachmann.
Sincerely.
In Jesus' name we play. Shit, I fucked it up. In Jesus' name we pray. These people have gone batshit. So, I'm going to tell you guys something. It doesn't make me feel good to say this. I agree with Matt Gaetz. Here is Matt Gaetz on the floor of the House earlier.
Was recognized.
Speaker, I would yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gaetz.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. The MORE Act is flawed. It uses cannabis policy to do a great...
Matt's hair, man, like he is, he's really going hipster with his hair, isn't he? I don't, what's going on with this? Not that he looks bad.
Great deal of social engineering to create new taxes and new programs and redistribution of assets. But I am here as the only Republican co-sponsor of the MORE Act, and I'm voting for it. Because the federal government has lied to the people of this country about marijuana for a generation. We have seen...
I agree, Matt. For the first time, I agree with you.
Locked up for offenses that should have not resulted in any incarceration whatsoever. I'm also deeply troubled that the current policy of the federal government inhibits research into cannabis. Research that could unlock cures and help people live better lives. My Republican colleagues today will make a number of arguments against this bill, but those arguments are overwhelmingly losing with the American people. In every state where cannabis reform was on the ballot in this country, it passed. It passed with overwhelming support. Matter of fact, the only thing that I know that's more popular than getting out of the war on drugs is getting out of the war in Afghanistan. But if we were measuring the success in the war on drugs, it would be hard to conclude anything other than the fact that drugs have won.
Smoke them if you got them.
The American people do not support the policies of incarceration, limited research, limited choice, and particularly constraining medical application. We are here in a time where many people in our country are suffering. They are in pain, and it is documented that cannabis...
I am happy that this is me playing a video of a Republican where I'm not popping up Rudy Giuliani saying, do you think we're stupid? Do you think we're fools? Or throwing out the right-wingers are morons tagline. You smoked the most weed on Twitch. When I hopped onto the stream last night, you were rolling one. I used to smoke on the show all the time. But then I went back and watched myself. I'm like, wow, I'm not as sharp when I'm just sitting here fucking taking bong rips on the stream. So I have instituted my rule as like when I'm doing stand-up comedy. I don't smoke an hour before I go on stage, so I do not smoke an hour before I do the show from now on. I'm pretty straight right now.
That states with medical cannabis programs see a reduction in the prescribing of opioids and the number of opioid abuses and deaths. We've held hearings. In the House
I hate that we're agreeing with him.
People in our government must confess that this is in fact true, that the more we give people access to medical cannabis programs, the more we see a blunting of this horrible
He said blunting
of opioid addiction and opioid abuse. We talk all the time on the right about the need to
no pun
empower
intended.
people and empower states. Right now, the federal policy on cannabis constrains our people. It limits our states. And I would only hope that in the 117th Congress, after this bill invariably dies in the Senate, that we'll actually come back and pass the States Act, because the States Act acknowledges that we have screwed this up in the federal government. And while we've screwed it up, states have taken action. They've designed programs in the way that our great federal system promises. And if we were to pass the States Act, then best practices would emerge. States that developed applicable programs for their people would be replicable, and we would see better policies. I'm going to vote for the MORE Act. It won't pass the Senate. It won't become law. But then we should come back in the 117th Congress, and we should truly do more for our people. I thank the gentleman.
He is correct. There is no chance in hell that it will pass the Senate. Absolutely not. But just the fact that it passed the House today is historic. Not only does it decriminalize weed, as I read it earlier, I didn't really get into the minutia of it. I believe it expunges people's records for marijuana's possession, which is also a very big step in the right direction. This is from Bloomberg News.
He and McConnell hope to bundle a stimulus and omnibus. This just passing.
Now, what he's talking about with the omnibus is that the government is getting ready to shut down in a week if they do not pass this omnibus bill. It's a spending bill to fund the government. Now, it's very possible they will come to a conclusion to do a continuing resolution, is what they call it, just to fund for another month until we get to the new administration. It's also very possible that the government shuts down next week. We'll see what happens.
The Bloomberg earlier in the day. What does that tell you about the fact that we are going to see something by the end of the year?
It's looking incredibly likely. I mean, you know this from your days covering Capitol Hill. When you're in the halls of Congress, if there are lawmakers and there's a deadline, if they have a...
I would have said that it was not very likely. He has way more confidence than I do. However, I'm a pretty hardcore cynic.
Plane ticket booked to get home, they don't want to move that ticket. And to be honest, that's really what's serving as sort of the driving pressure. I'm not even trying to be funny here. It's the reality.
That's a factor in all this.
And spend it with their families, and that's just the reality of.
But I mean, hopefully the Republicans in Congress are looking towards, their political futures without Trump. Especially Mitch McConnell, but Mitch McConnell just won re-election, so it's not like it's any skin off his back.
Of covering Congress. Speaker Pelosi, headlines crossing the Bloomberg terminal just within the last 15 minutes or so, saying to reporters in the Capitol that she wants there to be some type of omnibus or essentially some massive legislative vehicle to attach some $908 billion worth.
That's the bipartisan bill put forward by Romney and Dick Durbin.
$3+ trillion that Democrats had originally wanted for. Then they cut it down to $2.
But would not include direct payments to you and I.
$1 billion. When I talk to Republicans, they like what they see. They feel that they're moving in the right direction. But as you and I both know, Tim, there is no deal until it is signed, sealed, and delivered on the president's desk.
Yeah, and look.
Now, one of the things that I read today was that it's kind of gone quiet on Capitol Hill because the staffers that need to be involved in the talks, they're actually writing the legislation, and that's a good sign that there has been some consensus and that we will actually see a bill come to the floor on Monday. McConnell has still said he is not for that $908 billion bill. But I don't know that McConnell holds all the cards here. Because I'm sure there's several Republicans that really want that bill. But it's kind of up to McConnell to bring the bill to a vote on the Senate floor. We're like a lot of moving pieces right now.
I think if we learned anything from this morning's jobs report, tens of millions of Americans are still certainly struggling, and it couldn't come any sooner for so many people here in the U.S. Kevin, I do wonder to what extent the activity that you've seen from Democrats and Republicans when it comes to the stimulus just in the last few days sort of foreshadows for January. And look, I know a lot hinges on what happens in Georgia, but let's say that Mitch McConnell and Republicans hold on to the Senate. What does it mean for future stimulus packages? Because, as you mentioned, this is significantly less than the several $1 trillion that Democrats wanted. Does it look like Biden will be able to get anything done to that tune when he becomes president?
You know, I think that's the question that we're all having down here in Washington. I mean, truly, because it's interesting, right? Because when we started the week and when we get these positive headlines, Tim, about, suddenly they are getting closer to a deal. Well, what changed? Well, essentially, Speaker Pelosi's looking at the incoming House of Representatives, and she's looking at the spread.
For slimmer margins.
Decreasing. You know, Republicans made gains in the House of Representatives.
Which really puts the power in the moderates' hands.
By all accounts, she wouldn't say this publicly, has essentially decreased a little bit, right? Because
the centrist Democrats.
Now, who's
and the rational Republicans that actually remain.
The 2020 cycle, centrists, not just centrists on the left, but centrists on the right. It's why someone like Senator Susan Collins, a Republican of Maine, Mitt Romney, I know some people, don't get me in trouble, some people wouldn't classify him as a centrist, but he is someone who has been critical of President Trump. Those types of Republican senators,
compared to other Republicans, I guess,
the ones that a President Biden is going to be looking to cut deals with, to pick off in a Republican-controlled House, and to bring along the centrists in the House of Representatives. So it's a fascinating, dust-settling moment here in Washington, D.C., where the new Joe Biden era is starting to take shape, and it's really between Leader McConnell and a President Biden. And Speaker Pelosi's capital has decreased just a little bit.
Well, we're certainly grateful that you were there covering this new era. Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli in Washington. Thank you, as always, for your time and for joining us on Quick.
So we're looking to Monday. If a bill comes to the floor on Monday, that will be an optimistic sign that they are going to pass something before they leave Washington. Now, Bernie Sanders has come out and said that he doesn't support the bill. And I completely understand why he doesn't support it. The proposal provides 100% legal immunity to corporations who irresponsibly led to the deaths of hundreds of workers. It would continue to provide a get-out-of-jail-free card. Now, that has been McConnell's sticking point, is that he wanted this immunity legislation put in there for corporations. Americans need at least the $1,200 to pay rent and feed their family. Manchin Romney provides nothing for them, and that is correct. The only thing in that bill is an extension of unemployment, and it's not the $600 plus up. It's a $300 plus up. And there's no sign that that would be retroactive so that you'd be able to get that going back a couple of months. Because a lot of the proposals have had the plus ups. I think Ro Khanna put forward a proposal. It was like a $2,000 a month, and it was retroactive back to July. One of the things I've talked about on this show is I'm amazed that the oligarchs and the corporate backers that run this country aren't wanting to get money into the hands of Americans before Christmas. So many retailers don't even hit the black until they hit the Christmas season. So seeing a depression through December going into Christmas buying season is going to severely hurt even the big box stores. The Manchin-Romney not only provides no direct payments, it does nothing to address the health care crisis and provides totally inadequate assistance for the most vulnerable. The American people need help now. Receive at least $1,200, and that they don't give legal immunity to corporations who break the law. Now, I agree with Bernie Sanders 100%. However, it's kind of this deal or nothing. I hope Bernie is able to flex his muscle and get something for the working class in there. But I don't see anything better than this $908 billion bill on the horizon. And they are running out of time to be able to pass that. So kudos to Bernie for standing up. However, at this moment in time, I think the Democrats should really take the deal. At least it's something, even though, as I pointed out, if it's these expanded unemployment benefits, you're not going to see those for 3 or 4 weeks. If you were on unemployment earlier in the year and you exhausted your benefits, or if you were a gig worker, a contract laborer who was able to collect unemployment, your ability to collect unemployment expired back in October. So while it may allow gig workers, contract laborers, to receive that $300, you're going to have to reapply through your state unemployment mechanism, and it's going to be 3 or 4 weeks at the soonest that you would see that money. People need help now. Now, Bernie was on Anderson Cooper last night, and he was talking about how to put pressure on Republicans like Mitch McConnell.
You know, to get some of these things accomplished requires not only an outpouring at the ballot box, but also an ongoing outpouring of people being involved.
That's right.
And there's a lot of folks, and I'm wondering if you get this sense, who are sort of exhausted.
How did you not get a $1,200 check? And if you don't, there was a website. If you didn't get your $1,200 check, go and sign up for that website. Or go look at it's got resources to help you be able to collect that check, because the CARES Act money expires in the next couple of weeks, and it may be with the spending bill next week. So do check into that. I don't know what the website name is, but I know that there is a website that has resources for helping you collect that $1,200 if you did not get it earlier in the year.
And, you know, they feel Joe Biden got elected, Democrats, and now maybe are taking their foot off the gas pedal.
Well, we can't afford to do that. And I know that there are incredible grassroots organizations who are working in Georgia, working all over this country.
Oh.
People together to demand that we create an economy
that explains
that works for all of us and not just the few. And I think that if you had a President Biden, a Vice President Harris, going to Kentucky and asking the workers there whether they're satisfied with a $7.25 an hour minimum.
And Bernie knows what he's talking about. When the coal miners got stiffed by the coal companies and did a strike where they held up the trains, not letting them take the coal out until they got their last paychecks from the company that stiffed them, Bernie was there with them on the front lines.
Minimum wage. You know what? I think Mitch McConnell may start to move, and I think that's true for Republican senators all over the country. The truth is that today people are hurting in a way that we have not hurt for generations. People want action, and I think if the Biden administration is strong and forceful and comes out with a list of proposals, and the American people are saying, yeah, that's what we need. Of course we should cover health care for all. Of course we got to stop being ripped off by the drug companies who charge us 10 times more for insulin than they do in Canada. Let's go, Joe. Let's do it. And if we can rally the American people, even if we don't control the Senate, I think we can get a hell of a lot done.
Now, he mentions rallying the American people. Now, there has been a big national story, and I haven't covered it yet. It's gotten very little play here in America, and there's a good reason why. In India, I think this is the biggest strike in the history of the world. Millions of people are rising up against Modi. Now, what I have seen has framed this as being just farmers. And in the video we're going to watch, they say it's a few thousand. I saw the number somewhere like 2.5 million people are striking in India. Now, Modi, big fan of Donald Trump. Had him over in the country 2018? Maybe last year. No, it was earlier this year. I'm sorry, time is dilated. It was earlier this year because the coronavirus was already going on, and Donald Trump took a lot of flack for having this big gathering at a soccer stadium in India. So let's get some international news perspective on exactly what is going on here.
You want to make beats like this?
Oh, I do. What are you on, the Fruity Loops?
Where the government has invited farm union leaders to talks as thousands of farmers continue to block roads into the capital, Delhi. They are protesting.
See how he said thousands? It's millions.
They say will leave them at the mercy of big corporations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said protesters are being misled by the opposition parties and that the laws will actually benefit them.
These 20,000 farmers aren't going anywhere. Their trucks and tractors are blocking major highways near India's capital.
Now think about it. Why would the American media not want to cover something like this? Especially at a time like this, when our Congress is at a stalemate.
Each of our tractors is loaded with rations for up to 4 months. Until the time the government reverses these new agricultural laws, none of us will go back. The farmers feel their livelihoods are under threat. New laws mean the government will soon stop buying grain at guaranteed prices. The farmers claim that could leave them at the mercy of corporations who won't pay enough for their crops. India's Prime Minister is trying to placate the groups because their protests are causing disruption and threaten to cost him politically. I want to tell the citizens and farmers from the banks of the River Ganges and the holy city of Varanasi that we are working with intentions which are as pure as the water of the River Ganges and without any
as pure as the water of the River Ganges. I do believe that river is one of the most polluted rivers in the world. So maybe he's right.
Tension of betrayal. Modi's government says the laws give farmers the freedom to sell their crops to private buyers rather than through the state. They insist the laws will drive up prices, but the farmers remain...
Yeah, because capitalism works everywhere else.
We have always suspected the government's intentions because they have become a slave of the corporations. They want to turn us into their slaves as well. The farmers' protests have been going on for months, since Parliament passed the new laws in September. But they only caught the country's attention in recent days, when thousands of farmers clashed with police. Security forces used tear gas and water cannons to prevent protesters from entering Delhi. They were stopped just outside the city. But they're now determined to camp out for the long haul.
Well, for more of this story, let's bring in DW's.
We are in desperate need of a general strike in this country. We need a rent strike. We need people to stay home, not just for better working conditions, but to try to get this virus under control. So, in Hungary, there's a politician incredibly anti-LGBT. So, I think you guys all know what's getting ready to happen here in this story. Let's go ahead and roll the tape.
Fidesz MEP József Schaier has admitted to violating COVID-19 restrictions by attending what Belgian media is calling a sex party. Police were called to an apartment on Friday.
Whoa, you guys were having a gangbang and you didn't invite me? It's the second time I've said that line on this show.
Night in Brussels after getting a report of potential breaches of coronavirus restrictions.
Killer beard guy.
5 people there, mostly men. Schaier tried to escape along a roof gutter when police detained him. He, along with 2 others, invoked diplomatic immunity. The politician, who was a senior member of the ruling Hungarian Fidesz party, resigned on Sunday. Let's cross straight over to Jack Parrock, who's standing by for us in Brussels. Jack, a hugely salacious story, but let's just start off with the facts. What is it exactly that Schaier and the Brussels prosecutor have said?
Good evening, Oliver. Indeed, it has been a breakneck speed paced day of news coming out on this story today. I think the easiest way to do it is to start at the most recent and then we'll work back. So the most recent information we've had is a statement from the Brussels police, who've obviously been inundated with news, where they confirmed that they had contained and found Mr. Schaier. They only quote his initials, but we know from his statement that he's confirmed it's him, that he had an ex.
At least he admitted to it.
And that now they're waiting for the European Parliament to waive his immunity in order to continue prosecutions. We also know from that statement that 2 other people who attended that event in central Brussels on Friday night invoked diplomatic immunity. So lots of people are now starting to question who those people were. Now, earlier in the afternoon, Mr. Schaier himself released a statement to say that he was at the party, that he apologizes to his family, to voters, to colleagues for attending this party which broke COVID-19 rules. He says that he did indeed have an ecstasy pill on him, but that he was not aware of it and that he believed that it was planted.
Sure.
It was not his. On the story broke this morning. Belgian media started reporting that an MEP had attended such a party. On Sunday, Mr. Schaier had quit his position after 30 years sitting as a politician, and quit his position in the European Parliament. This event, the party that we're talking about, took place on Friday night, Oliver.
József Schaier is a close ally of the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, a man who is known for his very conservative views. So this whole episode must be putting Schaier in a very difficult political situation.
It's putting
There was another politician in California that went out, like, was it a councilwoman? Went out after she voted against outdoor dining and then went out and got caught. I mean, hey, this is another thing that if the federal government doesn't step in and provide aid to people, it is immoral to try to tell businesses to close unless you're going to help them. But there's not going to be any help with Trump and Mitch McConnell at the heads of the federal government. So the optics are horrible. But now, I don't go out very much. I don't leave the house. Sex party is probably the only way you're going to get me to leave the house. Oh, sex party? Okay, cool. I'm on my way. Apparently most of the people there were men. Just to add that in to the story. And hey, you know, you get me on the hard drugs like the ecstasy, the meth, the speed. I'm going to be like, bring on the men. That is called in the kink circles, that is called party and play, P2P.
The ruling party, the Fidesz party, in a difficult position, Oliver. He was a founding member of it. And as you know, that party espouses and pushes an extremely conservative agenda in Hungary and presses it here in Brussels as well. In fact,
they don't want you to have any bisexual orgies.
That ruling party that wrote into the constitution that marriage is between a man and a woman, not not between two men, a sort of
not a whole orgy
agenda that they were pressing there. So this is something that is going to be very sticky for the Hungarian.
You're correct.
Official media agencies in Hungary haven't quite been reporting this story as yet.
I bet.
The question is, what will happen to him? Will the European Parliament release his immunity? And also, because we don't know who those two other people are,
Viktor Orban is bordering on being a dictator in Hungary.
Will there be other senior politicians here in Brussels who get embroiled in this scandal?
Yes, exactly, Jack, because with those other two diplomats so far unknown, it does seem like the story still has some go in it. What can we expect?
See, that's another thing about diplomatic immunity. Don't you have to be in a country on official business, recognized as a diplomat, in order to claim diplomatic immunity? Not just I drove over to Brussels to have a sex party. But I don't know how laws in the EU work. I would assume that you can't just claim diplomatic immunity because you were part of an orgy. I would think you would have to actually be there on official government business.
Well, next we will expect to see whether they release statements, those two people, if they feel that they themselves are going to be exposed in it. And the next thing will be that the Belgian prosecutor will hope or will wait for diplomatic immunity.
I would assume it would totally come to light.
And then may begin to prosecute him on a drug charge.
Prosecute him on a drug charge? Yeah, drug charge. And that's my problem with politicians like that. You want to talk about hypocrisy? Shit. So now, speaking of fraud in Georgia, let's see what this Florida attorney has to say about his game plan for the Georgia runoff.
On January 5th, in Georgia, we will become Venezuela. We will make Venezuela look like a shining star on a hill. It's that bad. And you all know it, and I'm certainly...
Yes, to trick people into thinking the election was another day. They did all kinds of dirty tricks in North Carolina in a vote-buying scheme. They had to throw out a congressional race. And one of the operatives, his daughter, after he died, his estranged daughter went to his house, found his hard drive, which had all these documents about how Republicans rig elections. It's insane. And it's projection. Accuse the other side of what you're doing. Repeat the lie enough. It's all Nazi shit.
aware of it. We've seen it happen down there, and we are about to see it happen here. If we lose the Senate, they will pack the court. They will make Puerto Rico and possibly Washington, D.C., although...
Oh my God! They're gonna make a territory a state? Oh, that would be horrible for democracy. Turn us into Venezuela. What was the other thing he said? That was absurd too.
Pack the court.
Pack the court. Pack the court. That's exactly what Mitch McConnell has been doing. Packing the fucking court. Blocked Obama judges on the federal level. Packed the courts under Trump. Accuse the other side of what you're guilty of.
Puerto Rico and possibly Washington, D.C., although under the Constitution, I think that Congress is supposed to, but whatever. They don't care. If they have all three houses, if they have both houses.
As if you care about the Constitution. I'm sure you probably retweeted General Flynn, who thinks Trump should declare martial law and hold a new election by the military. It's insane.
Houses of Congress, and the presidency, it's no holds bar. They do whatever they want, and they take your property, they take all your rights, they take any guns that you ever hope to keep, and they take everything else. We have to win on January 5th, and I will invite each and every one of you to be my roommate in Georgia.
Don't even know the meaning of the word. You are correct. Let me show you proof that they do not know the meaning of the word. This is a right-winger on my Facebook. I see communism as corporate slavery. My response to that was, you don't know what communism is, do you? And that's not the first time. I got called commie boy and was told I'm a slave to Walmart and Amazon. I was under the impression that they thought communism meant authoritarianism. I don't even know now. But it's just a scary word they throw around. Socialism, communism. It's a buzzword to them. Venezuela. They can't explain to you what... Here, on Parler. It's horrible. It's a horrible interface. God, I can't even get back to the dude's comment. I probably am annoying and stupid. Okay, there we go. Can you even define communism? Horrible fucking interface. You want the narrow economic definition. Communism is so much more. No, it's not. It's an economic system. Than that. Let me give you this simple definition. Communism is murder. God damn. But hey, you know what I always say? Right-wingers are morons. And don't get it twisted. That's the flag that's behind me. People come into my stream sometimes and are like, you have a Gadsden flag behind you? No. You can get the t-shirt at the FREAKIN shop.
I'm moving to Georgia. I'm changing my voter registration right now, and I'm inviting 2 million people to be my roommate if they want. We'll make room for you at the dinner table, but we have to win that election in Georgia. And so I'm moving to my brother's house in Hiram, Georgia, and I'm registering to vote. And we are going to win that election in January. And that's what needs to be done. If you don't want to do it, fine. You might as well move to Venezuela now, because get used to that lifestyle, because that's what's coming. We absolutely have to hold the Senate, and we have to start fighting back. And we have to do whatever it takes.
Start fighting back!
Your address for the next 2 months, so be it. I'm doing that. I'm moving to Georgia, and I'm going to fight. And I want you all to fight with me.
So there's your good example of voter fraud. Shit. Georgia has been asked to investigate whether Lindsey Graham tried to interfere in presidential and Senate elections. The former U.S. Attorney for Atlanta has asked the Georgia State Election Board to investigate whether U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, a Republican, of course, I can't believe he won, whether U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham committed a criminal act when he called Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger in the days following the presidential election. In exchange, Raffensperger said left him stunned after he claimed Graham asked him to throw out some ballots. Michael Moore, not the documentarian, who served more than 5 years as the U.S. Attorney for the Middle District of Georgia under President Obama, said the reported request violated several Georgia election laws and amounted to trying to form a conspiracy to commit election fraud. Every instance of fraud we have found in this election has been from right-wingers. But now I promised crying Trump supporters, and I certainly will deliver. Michelle Dawson, a pro-Trump councilwoman in Yakult, Washington, recently went viral for the tearful rant. She posted her tearful diatribe after her husband was fired for harassing a journalist at the so-called Million MAGA March held in Washington, D.C. Now, she took her video down, but lucky for us, someone on Twitter posted it and actually edited it and interspersed her husband's behavior that was caught on video at the MAGA rally. So, let's check this out.
The video that was made is probably not my husband's best moment.
What's up? How you doing, bitch?
What he did, I'm not going to say is not okay. Shit happens.
Hey, y'all, this is Portland Antifa Press. Right here, this bitch.
The company that Jeremy worked 6 years for and worked his ass off for bent their knee to terrorists yesterday and fired him. Sorry, this is really hard for me.
What's up, bitch? How you
Please
doing?
don't step on my foot.
Nah, bitch. How you doing, bitch? What's up? How you doing, bitch?
Do not touch me.
Maggot ass? I'm not touching you.
Yes, you actually are. You definitely are, and I need you to stop,
Don't
okay?
video me.
None of your friends would come.
I'm allowed to video.
Okay,
You're not
well, I'm allowed to
touch me.
fucking be standing right fucking here.
You absolutely are, but if you touch me,
what's up,
that's
you
not
stupid
okay.
bitch?
I'm bitter. I'm frustrated. I don't understand.
I can't wait to see you in the...
I'm sorry, ma'am. It seems like he's the bitter one.
I don't understand.
I can't wait to see you in the fucking lobby again. What's up?
What's going to happen to me in the lobby? Antifa should not be winning. It will ruin your life. It's being turned into such an ugly thing.
Keep recording, bitch. What are you gonna do?
Please don't touch me.
Oh, please don't touch me.
Yeah, you actually are.
Please don't touch me.
I think the world needs to see the raw emotion of what Antifa causes. Please stop touching me.
Oh, what are you gonna do? Oh my god.
Wait a minute. Is she trying to blame Antifa for him being a fucking bully and an asshole? Also, like, I wonder how far she had her phone away from her, because, like, it seems like he's right up in her fucking face.
What are you gonna do? Everybody has their breaking point. And I meant my breaking point.
Oh my god, you're gonna freak out. What are you gonna do?
Tantrums they throw with her in the
Keep going, oh god. I'm an ex-drug addict. A little meth, a little Adderall. So you feel afraid right now? Hi, fuck Antifa.
I don't even want to get out of my car. I just want my mom to just come to my car right now and hug me. Like, I just want somebody to come and save me from all of this.
I really, as much as I want to laugh about this is sad. This is like one of the QAnon fucks that came to my page the other night. And, like, I'm calling them morons and like, oh yeah, zombie JFK Jr. is going to save the world and shit from the satanic pedophile ring. And this woman just breaks down and starts telling me about how she was abused and the fucking QAnon community welcomed her and stuff. I can see that. I crocodile tears and shit, but, like, these people have genuine mental issues, and I don't want to, I mean, I do want to mock them. Especially when you've got a fucking sweater on, a hoodie, Trump 2020. I don't even, that's a 2, and then I don't even, it doesn't even say 2020, does it? I have no clue what the bottom part says. I just, like, there is something wrong with these people. I don't know what the answer is. I get a lot of flack. Like, people come to my YouTube channel. They're like, you're never going to win anybody over calling them morons. It's like, it doesn't matter if I call them morons or if I go to their page and like I'm nice and present a logical argument with evidence and I'm polite about it. I'm still going to get called libtard, cuck, snowflake. It doesn't matter how I present my argument. So I just break down and call right-wingers morons. But there is... I believe she is at her breaking point. I mean, her husband lost his job. But it's his... Like, that's another thing. Right-wingers love to tell me they're the party of personal responsibility. When they say personal responsibility, of course, they mean people shouldn't get welfare, which isn't even a program anymore. They shouldn't get food stamps, yada, yada, yada. They don't mean they actually take personal responsibility for their actions. They're bigger snowflakes than anybody. Just like Trump. I won. I honestly don't know what the answer is to deal with these people. I'm open to suggestions.
At this point, I don't care if somebody's like, oh, you're a councilwoman, you shouldn't be doing the shit that you should be doing, that you're doing, because you know what?
And like, I'd even forgotten that she was a councilwoman. Holy shit. She serves. She's in office in that community. That's scary. Please, if you are listening to me right now and you know somebody who would be a good candidate, make them run. Talk them into running. I've tried to get several of my friends to run for office. We need to get these fucks out of there. The problem is people on the left, like, I have talents that are marketable. I don't need to do politics to make a living. I just feel like I have to do it right now. I have to address this shit. So we need to get more leftists, even more centrists into office, because this woman is batshit.
I'm just kind of done with everything at this point.
Then resign, please. Now, she's not the only one having buyer's remorse over Donald Trump. A man has sued for a refund of his $2.5 million. $2.5 million he donated to Trump's election challenge. So this is even after the election. He donated $2.5 million to Trump. You are exactly right. And that was the thing that pissed me off. My congressman is one of the biggest idiots in Congress. His name is Mo Brooks. You may have heard of him. He got on the House floor and said that there's a war on white people. He said that the rising ocean tides are caused by rocks falling into the ocean. Dumb fuck Mo Brooks ran unopposed. And I am not going to let that happen. Even if I have to run a joke campaign where I have signs that are just like, Mo Brooks is a dumb fuck, I'll run against him. And honestly, I might win. Just somebody standing up to these idiots and saying, hey, this guy's a dumb fuck, and inject some honesty into the conversation, I might do better than people would ever imagine. I would love to be a politician. I've always put it off because, hey, I'm on video saying every offensive word under the sun. I have a history of being arrested for pot use. Never in a million years would I think that I could run for office. But hey, after Donald Trump became president, as much crime as he's committed, fuck, I might actually just give it a go. Mo Brooks, I'm coming for you, motherfucker. But I will say, I know Mo. I've been in the media for 20 years. I was running production for a TV station. I was the floor director, and Mo Brooks was a guest on one of our political shows, and Mo actually complimented my fingernail polish. He was super nice to me. He's still a dumb fuck, and he needs to be unseated. Megyn Kelly was on with Glenn Beck the other day. This was posted 2 days ago.
Did we play?
Now, Glenn Beck has really got this hipster look going about him. I don't know what's going on with him.
In this division, do you think? No, I hate to
Well, I don't
put you in the collective we here, but people like me. I mean, when I was at Fox, I spoke my mind. I said the things that...
You, 100%. It's on you. People like you created this division in this country. By spoon speeding people absolute bullshit on Fox News. And yes, I know I said that wrong. It's a running joke on the show. Hashtag Foonsped.
I said at Fox, I think President Obama is racist. No, wait, that's not quite right. He just seems to have some
deep-seated hatred for white people.
Culture. Well, what I was feeling, and I just realized this in the last year, what I was feeling that I didn't understand.
No, he's talking about his fee-fees. What he's feeling. There's always, the facts don't care about your feelings, people, right? It's your feelings that Obama is racist towards you.
Was critical race theory.
Mm-hmm.
So, did we play a role in this, or were we exposing the truth?
I don't see it quite like
what
that.
truth?
I mean, I'm proud of the work I did at Fox News, and I also think in general the Fox.
Now, Megyn Kelly tried to pivot after 2016 to go to NBC and be more centrist, moderate, and they rejected her. So now you're seeing the pivot back towards right-wing grifter. So please, do tell us about how proud you are of what you did on Fox, Megyn Kelly.
Fox News mission is a good one, to give voice to the voiceless, which is half the country, to remind people that
these people never shut up. They are holding rallies across the country. Cope cringe, where they're trying to cope with the fact that Donald Trump lost. They don't fucking believe it. These are the same people that were cheering at the Rudy Giuliani press conference we played earlier. Never shut the fuck up. They're all over Parler. Glenn Beck never shuts the fuck up. Give a voice to the voiceless. My God.
they are not alone, that 71 million people in this country feel
they are alone.
74 million voted for Biden. 71.
I constantly get told that I live in my parents' basement by people who are probably fucking 50, 60 years old, all alone because their families left them because they're nut jobs that they've been listening to Fox News for 20 years. It's insane. People eating fucking ravioli out of a can telling me I'm living in a basement. Right-wingers are fucking morons.
$1 million voted for Trump. You're not alone, no matter what the media tells you or Hollywood tells you or big tech or corporate America. But listen, I'm not going to say that everyone's perfect.
These are also the same people that are talking about the victim mentality on the left. No. Victim mentality is on the right side of the spectrum. Listen to the way they talk. Everybody's out to get them. There's a deep state. The CIA is fucking rigging elections along with the Republican governor of Georgia. With Nicolas Maduro and shit. rigged the election against Trump. The media's out to get them. These people wouldn't have a personality if it wasn't for the victim mentality that they're always espousing. They're a victim because Obama was president. That's literally what these two are talking about right now.
You go on TV, and the nature of cable is a little freewheeling.
Yeah.
Sometimes you say things that aren't perfectly well phrased.
Yeah.
And the beauty is you can go on and clarify or apologize if you feel you need to. And that's all appropriate. What's not appropriate is trying to ruin someone
Correct.
for having one of those moments. That's what the other side does.
Correct.
The quote left, capital left, the established media that want to make themselves feel better as though they've never made and never will make a mistake. And I think the average...
I'm not trying to ruin you. I'm trying to point out your fucking hypocrisy. I'm trying to point out your bullshit. And I gotta put on my fucking snow boots to wade through all the goddamn bullshit you guys espouse.
People, sitting out there watching this are disgusted by them. But it's become...
Disgusted by you.
They sit at home thinking, am I crazy? Am I? Maybe I am
Right.
the one. Maybe every thought I have is awful. Like that's what they're telling me.
Correct.
That's why the Fox News mission is a valid one, if very imperfectly executed. Our mission right now in this digital world is also the same.
Let me just throw in on the Fox News mission. I've always believed that, and I know that was, the understanding when they were built. I don't think that's the understanding. You can't have Neil Cavuto last night or...
No, the understanding when they were built was fucking Roger Ailes, who was a political operative for the Republican Party, going all the way back to Nixon, who loved to sling mud and do yellow journalism. They wanted to create an entity that was a propaganda arm of the Republican Party. That was their mission. To try to demonize the other side.
A couple of nights ago say, let's stop taking the White House press person because that's dangerous stuff. We don't want to listen to that. If I went and said, okay, well, I do want to listen to that. I want to judge for myself. I don't even know.
Go to the White House website. Go to Donald Trump on YouTube. They're broadcasting it. Fox News actually has a shred of journalistic integrity, at least during the daytime. They were right to cut away from Kelly McEnany, who isn't she like 20-something years old? Completely unqualified, doesn't know what the fuck she's doing? Is both a campaign advisor and the press secretary. And you never know when she's on fucking TV which hat she's wearing. I didn't think this video was going to get me riled up like that.
Where I would go to get it, but I know that if I got it and reposted it, I'd be demonetized or I'd be throttled by one of the social medias. Mm-hmm. What happened to this?
You run a website! You run a website! You have no right to be on Parler, Facebook, YouTube. There is not a right to be hosted on a platform. It's not censorship, you dumb motherfucker. Glenn Beck's smart enough to know this. But he's also a grifter. God, I can't believe Samantha Bee had him on. I lost so much respect for her. I've always really enjoyed her work. Had him on. Talking about how we have to heal the divide and blah, 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 blah. Fuck off. And he's back to doing the same fucking thing because he couldn't make money off of the MSNBC types. The Lincoln Project sure as shit did, though.
This idea that there is no church, there is no Catholic Church saying, no, the world is flat.
Right.
Where's the other side? We can't express it now.
Well, I agree with that. I mean, I tweeted out about this. I thought that was wrong. And I thought it was wrong when the network news anchors interrupted Trump. You want to fact check the president? Great. That's what a journalist should do. I have no problem with that. You wait until he's offered whatever
Why?
statement it is he has to offer.
Correct.
You're not.
Why?
You're not the papa. You're not the daddy of the viewer, right? You're the news anchor. You don't get to interfere.
No. They are the platform that is hosting the content. That is absolutely their job. Jesus.
Here in that relationship between the president and the people. And if we want to open that door, Glenn, where's that going to end? You know, I tweeted out, can you imagine if we had done this when we knew?
By the way, that's a slippery slope argument. A lot of people use the fallacy wrong. If someone says, well, where will it end? They are almost certainly committing a slippery slope argument. Well, if we fact check the president during his press conference, where does this end? We're going to be censoring everybody. That's a slippery slope fallacy.
Knew it was untrue that if you like your plan, you can keep your plan. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Do you have any idea how many times I could have interrupted Barack Obama?
Me too.
I could have pulled him off the air so many times to say, that's not true. And guess what?
They did.
That's really dangerous.
Right.
Because Kayleigh McEnany, worst case scenario, is undermining your faith in the electoral process. Barack Obama is going to take away your health plan and your doctor and actually put lives at risk with that lie, which at the time was untrue. We just didn't know if he knew it was untrue, so I never called it a lie. And then the reporting came out. He knew it was untrue.
He knew it was
and
true.
That's what leads me to say it was a lie. And he knew it was a lie when he did it. And we let him tell it. And then we
Wow. These people are up their own asses so far. The hearing yesterday in Michigan, we've got several videos to watch. Stick around because at the end, Rudy does something. I can't even... You gotta see it. You gotta see it. I can't believe it was caught on tape. So this woman was Rudy's star witness. She was a poll worker, I believe. This woman has already been declared by a judge to simply not be credible. She was a contract IT worker in Michigan. So let's give her a listen.
He told me that I would be parking in a parking lot and I would be shuttled in through a shuttle. I called my mother and I told my mother about this, and my mom said, no, absolutely not. You're not doing that. I also had a concern about that because I do have two small young children at home and I needed access to my vehicle. What I witnessed at the TCF Center was complete. They told me that I would be parking in a parking lot.
So that's the first of these videos. This one is the one where you're gonna go, shit. No. It's the next one. Oh, just wait. We haven't even got to the wackiest shit.
And we know.
They were
Do
off.
we know to what extent that they're off?
They were off.
Right. Yeah, we know that.
So why are you asking? What are you asking me?
I'm trying to ask you if
Sir,
someone were to
go ahead.
If someone were to go and run the same ballot over and over and over again, that would end up showing up as a massive discrepancy, right?
Did
we've added up the
took
discrepancies.
a ballot and ran it over and over and over again? Just one ballot, or a batch of 50?
Either way, I mean, the batch of 50 is going to be even more.
If you take one and you run it over and over and over again, yeah, people are going to notice that one has been ran over and over. I had numerous challengers come up to me and say, what's going on here? One guy got thrown out because he took a picture of me.
Sure. I'm just wondering why the numbers at the end of the day
Can't snap a picture of the Karen.
aren't matching up with the stories that we're hearing. I'm trying to square that circle. And I know there's going to be an investigation of all of these
as good as everybody
allegations.
else is in here.
Yeah, there's going to be an investigation of all.
Doing a Rudy, I love it.
It's not matching up. Everything that happened at that TCF Center was fraud. Every single thing.
Every single thing.
Avenue was taken to commit it.
Please.
Every single thing. Now this is where it truly goes off the rails during this hearing.
Poll book is completely off. Completely off.
Off
That
by
poll-
30,000?
I'd say that poll book is off by over 100,000. That poll book? Why don't you look at the registered voters on there? How many registered voters are on there? Do you even know the answer to that?
No, I guess I'm trying to get to the bottom
Zero.
of this here.
Zero. There's zero.
So, my question then.
Now, I had a friend comment that maybe Rudy Giuliani is actually a Sacha Baron Cohen character. I said Sacha Baron Cohen is too tall to play a Rudy Giuliani character. Possibly. Or just a little whoop-boo. I think Rudy is Andy Kaufman. I'm going to have to look up when Andy Kaufman died, and when Rudy Giuliani actually came to prominence in the public eye. Winch, what's up? Do you think Rudy Giuliani might quite possibly be an Andy Kaufman character? I think it's plausible. But anyway, back to this crazy woman here.
Is if the
Guess how many? Wait, what about the turnout rate? 120%.
Let's let Representative Johnson ask his question.
So the poll book number. Okay,
What she's referring to, I think it was Sidney Powell that put it forward. That there were like 125% in a county in Michigan, but she was actually citing a county in Minnesota, and that's why the numbers were off. But of course, you throw a lie out there and it just continues to travel. I don't know so much that it's an insult to Andy. If he was able to pull it off and play as Rudy Giuliani for what, 30, 35 years? I think that would be a boon for Andy Kaufman.
There's two things that could happen here. Either the poll book number, if ballots were counted multiple times, there's two options. Option number one is that the poll book numbers are not going to match.
They don't.
The actual. Not by thousands and thousands of votes. That's not what we see right now.
Take a look again. Take a look again.
Option number two is that they essentially were filling in names of people who didn't vote.
Dead people too?
So is that...
Dead people too? Is this Rick Scott's illegitimate son or nephew or some shit? Or is that racist of me because I think all bald white men look alike?
Let's let Representative Johnson ask his question, and then when he's done...
I thought that was his answer. Okay.
Well, I guess that's my question here is why we're not seeing the poll book off by 30,000 votes. That's not the case.
What did you guys do? Take it and do something crazy to it?
I'm just saying the numbers are not off by 30,000 votes.
What was in her coffee cup that morning?
I know what I saw, and I signed something saying that if I'm wrong, I can go to prison. Okay. Did you?
Okay,
I do believe that he is indeed under oath. If this is a legislative hearing. Did you? This is just insane. We gotta watch that again.
So is that?
Let's let Representative Johnson ask his question, and then when he's done.
I thought that was his answer. Okay.
Well, I guess that's my question here is why we're not seeing the poll book off by 30,000 votes. That's not the case.
What did you guys do? Take it and do something crazy to it?
I'm just saying the numbers are not off by 30,000 votes. So
I know what
are you
I
saying
saw.
That they're filling in?
I know what I saw, and I signed something saying that if I'm wrong, I can go to prison. Okay. Did you?
Okay,
look at that. Who wants to take bets on whether that video is going to be transposed against her being perk walked for lying in an affidavit?
I'm just trying to ask you a legitimate question here.
Yeah, let's let Representative Johnson ask his question, and then don't interrupt him, and then if you want to respond to it, that's fine. Did you have more, Representative?
Yeah, I guess I just want to keep following back up with the poll book. So are we saying that the poll book is either wildly off or that they are filling in names?
It's wildly off.
Did you?
Voted and illegals voted.
Okay.
So that's my answer.
I think.
Wow. Do you have any more?
Kenny. He writes that your description of the events at the TCF Center does not square with any other affidavits. Yeah. He says that there are. Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Please,
Thank you.
let's let the representative finish, and then you can.
He writes that there are no other reports of.
I would have never expected a woman like her to interrupt someone who's talking
during the count. He also writes that neither Republican nor Democratic challengers, nor city officials substantiate your version of these events. The allegations simply are not credible, is what Judge Kenney writes. So my question for you is...
Said she wasn't a credible witness.
You know, you're making claims here today that there's systematic fraud in what's going on in our elections. Are the courts also tied up in that fraud?
They're part of the deep state.
What I did by accident, okay? I gave Channel 7 an interview that they tied in to that and made me the witness that's uncredible. Guess what? There's going to be a couple behind me that are going to say the same thing I just said. And
The witness before you was also proven not credible as well by the same judge.
Oh, no, she wasn't, because she wasn't even there.
Representative Camilleri, let's let her finish.
She wasn't there. Were you there?
So I just want to understand, you know, I don't know what exactly all the things that are being talked about there are, but can you tell us what you said today is the truth? Is that correct?
Sir, I wrote a written affidavit. Yes, it is 100% true.
Okay, and
how dare you question her?
Absolutely. And behind me, you're going to hear a couple.
Okay, and we'll hear
And
from them,
let me just
hopefully.
state this. I was an IT worker on the stage. I was working with Dominion. I had not.
Who in the world employed her as an IT worker? I'm doubting she can barely work her fucking phone. She has to call somebody up to convert a PDF file.
No, poll workers were not allowed on the stage.
But, hey lady, you got some cool hair. I'll give you that. I wish I could do that with my hair.
The data loss, nobody would have heard about that besides me, Samuel, and Nick. Okay? Just like nobody knows that Samuel went
Everything about her is
to
sus.
the Chicago warehouse besides me because I worked for Dominion.
But now, all these allegations went over like a wet fart in this hearing. Literally, like a wet fart. Pay very close attention to the woman sitting next to Rudy Giuliani.
The answer,
point of order.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth. Well, you probably know the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
What I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth. Well, you probably know the truth. The
have a
answer,
point of order?
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth. Well, you probably know the truth. The
have a
answer.
point of order?
One more
The answer
time.
that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth.
Now, when I first saw that, I was like, that sounds like it was edited in. But no. Look at her eyes.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth. Well, you probably know the truth. The
have a
answer.
point of order?
The answer that I gave you.
I could be being played here. He says this without editing.